Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Persian Medium I Am Power with Fia Johan. Live from PersianMedium.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Persian Medium I Am Power
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
There is somebody's mom here. She directed to you right now.
Fia is actually channeling my mother.
I have her right now with me.
She passed away 3 years ago.
She says, forgive me.
Hearing from my mom was amazing.
What she told you before, 3 days before she passed.
That she loves me and that she'll see me soon.
She's directing me another woman in the room. Please.
My grandmother was my mentor growing up.
There's two women that directed by her right now. You and her. She's talking about the man that she was concerned, and she's still concerned, and she asked for forgiveness for that man as well.
The man that she brought forward to forgive, that's my brother.
She's telling you to stop being weak. Bring more confidence into your life.
You know, we're all at different points in our lives. We've all been through different experiences, traumas, excitements, joy.
She's proud of you. You're quick on something. You stopped something that was very hard for you to do.
You wouldn't think that 10 years ago that I was addicted to drugs.
She says, I'm proud of you. Continue.
I never stopped asking the universe to show me the way.
She's talking about your pain. Let it go.
I don't have to have that story anymore. I don't have to hold on to the story of my pain, of my past, of my trauma. Today, I can let it go.
Let it go! She said, can you forgive me?
Yes.
Say goodbye to all things that could stop you to succeed, to feel good, to connect with your soul. Say yes high.
Yes.
Loud.
Yes.
Louder.
Yes.
She's asking you, can you forgive that person? She's directing someone else. She's directing a man. She's directing someone. Can you forgive that person? Can you forgive that person for her? Loud!
Yes, I forgive him.
Why you do forgive him? She want to know.
I forgive him for myself.
You are worthy enough to do everything for yourself. Not for anybody else, for yourself.
I know that takes a lot from her, but she gives, and she gives, and she gives.
She's asking you to be strong, to be powerful, to be connected to your soul. You don't need anyone's affection and approval to be perfect. You are already perfect. Believe in yourself.
Yes.
Just say, yes, I do believe in myself.
Yes, I do believe in myself.
Louder!
Yes, I do believe in myself.
Louder!
Yes, I do believe in myself. And I believed in her.
We're all from Brooklyn, New York, so there was a very Jewish Italian community there where people's homes were open and they would intermingle and share their faiths, share their food.
She's talking about backyard. She's talking about the trees. She's talking about dishes. She's talking about the chicken. She's talking about the chair. She's talking about everything. Please direct her what she's trying to say.
Nana's house.
Nana's. My mom's house. We all lived together. I mean, they lived there.
with my mom and my dad. They were always together. We were always together, always cooking. She actually made a better chicken parmesan than my mother.
Yeah, hers is better. But don't tell her that.
Yeah, don't tell my mom that.
Don't tell Nana.
There is a power in sadness. There is a power in pain. And the power comes when you overcome it.
Talking to her really helped me, I think. It's definitely gonna kind of just clear my mind of all the negative thoughts that I had.
My father, Congressman Ron Dellums, who passed away a year and a half ago, visited Fia.
Today was a day to remember Ron Dellums, who in 1970 brought to Congress an anti-war and anti-apartheid stance that was branded as radical and dangerous.
Oh my God. He's asking, do you remember my hand?
Oh, yeah.
Do you remember what I told you?
Yeah.
Do you remember why I told you?
Yeah.
Dellums' youngest daughter, Piper, is proud that her father became an early voice against oppression in South Africa, applying pressure that would one day bring an end to apartheid.
You said, take my legacy, take my mantle. You're the smartest person I know. Go into the world and heal the land and do it in your way.
You know, Ron never gave up. He never became bitter. He loved people.
This is not my hand, this is your dad. He wanted you to tell again, louder, louder and clear, what he told you.
I'm passing you my mantle, I'm passing you my anointing, I'm passing it to you. You're the smartest one that I know. Run. There's so much work to be done. Run, run, run and heal the world, and don't stop. Do it in your way. Run, baby girl. Do it in your way.
So she's spoken to me like a sister, but also like an angel.
He said, I saw you when you cried in front of that candle. Why did you cry?
She's given me the faith and trust and support that was being given me by my dad before he left. So she's done this beautiful transition of allowing me not to feel the void of his leaving.
I don't know where to go when I'm not speaking with you, or I just don't know how to feel safe in the world without you in it.
In the area where I don't have a female in my life, because I don't have a relationship with my mother, and I don't have a sister. She has stepped in with the feminine to remind me that I am also loved and purposeful and beautiful and worthy, that I'm valuable.
It's not just me that tried to basically sending him messages and changing her. So she changed me in so many ways as well.
So our silly song goes this way. We are the key to do more than just let it be. The key to our destiny is in the hands of our humanity. His love is more than a philosophy. 'Cause we are the key.
We are the key.
We are the
but
key.
Diamond's key.
Welcome back to the Global Entrepreneurship Initiative. I'm excited to introduce our next speaker, Ms. Fia Johansson, who's better known as the Persian medium and subconscious mind surgeon. She's a multi-talented motivational speaker, clinical hypnotherapist, and celebrity psychic medium. An author who works closely with law enforcement to help locate missing people and solve difficult criminal cases with detectives and as well as private investigators. Throughout her career, she's helped thousands of people identify personal roadblocks to help them truly believe in their own path to success, whatever that dream may be. Her greatest passion in life is helping others achieve their ultimate dreams and desires, teaching people to believe that truly anything is possible. Please help me welcome to the stage Ms. Fia Johansson.
Welcome back. Did you know that police departments across the country and even the CIA sometimes turn to psychics to help them solve cases? Victims' families looking for answers also turn to mediums for closure. Fiona Johansson is an author as well as a licensed psychologist and hypnotist.
Welcome back. Our next guest is a celebrity medium, a clinical hypnotherapist, a holistic healer, and holds a master's in psychology. Fia Johansson is known as the Persian medium, and she's even worked with intelligence agencies and law enforcement to find answers in cases. She also wants all of us to discover our best selves. Fia, good morning.
Hey everybody, welcome back. I'm Jack Canfield, your host for Hollywood Live. My next guest, Fia Johansson, is an amazing person. She is speaks 5 languages, which I find very impressive. She's emigrated to several countries, has a psychology degree from the University of Stockholm in Sweden. She is a hypnotherapist, clinical hypnotherapist and healer, and God knows probably other things I don't even know about.
Hi, welcome back to Times Square today. I am your host, Greg Roulette, and I am very excited for our next guest because she is known as the Persian Medium, the subconscious mind surgeon. She's a motivational speaker, clinical hypnotherapist, and celebrity psychic medium. This is going to be a fascinating conversation with my good friend, Fia Johansson.
For centuries, it's believed that mediums have been able to mediate communication between spirits of the dead and living human beings. People usually recruit mediums to help them get in contact with family members or friends who have passed on. But celebrity psychic Fia Johansson is also using her abilities to help law enforcement solve cold cases and help exonerate and free innocent inmates. And Fiona is joining us now. Fiona, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me. How are you doing today?
Welcome back to the Global Entrepreneurship Initiative. I'm excited to introduce our next speaker, Ms. Fia Johansson, who's better known as the Persian Medium and Subconscious Mind Surgeon. She's a multi-talented motivational speaker, clinical hypnotherapist, and celebrity psychic medium. An author who works closely with law enforcement to help locate missing people and solve difficult criminal cases with detectives and as well as private investigators. Throughout her career, she's helped thousands of people identify personal roadblocks to help them truly believe in their own path to success, whatever that dream may be. Her greatest passion in life is helping others achieve their ultimate dreams and desires, teaching people to believe that truly anything is possible. Please help me welcome to the stage Ms. Fia Johansson.
Well, hello everyone. I love the spirit in this room. Really, I do. You guys having amazing spirits, which actually helping millions of people so far. As Nick said, my name is Fia Johansson. I'm a medium and subconscious mind surgeon. I will share a couple of my stories of my life, which both kind of funny, at the same time a little bit hurtful, but good to know about how the medium could feel sense as a person. I was at the age of 7.5 when I found that I have some sort of power. Of course, first it was kind of odd, a little bit difficult to understand myself, and I kind of like felt something is not correct with me because I could see, feel, and sense things before things happened. I went to my mom and asked, "What's wrong with me?" "Nothing, you're good." "Should I take you to the doctor?" "No, I don't know, but I can feel and sense that something crazy is going to happen to my grandma," example. "Something is going to happen to my uncle," and all this stuff. However, they're trying to tell me to don't say anybody when you feel and sense something bad is going to happen to them, because I don't wanted them to be scared and see that we should not be even near them. I says, okay, at the age of 7.5, I should just like not saying anything and just relax. At the age of 11, I found one of the most hurtful untruths about my life, which was completely true. I found out that my grandma, who actually I knew and I felt as a mom, is just my grandma and not my mom. My grandpa was my grandpa and not my father. My uncles, they never been my brothers and they've been just my uncles. And my mom, not ever been my sister, and she always been my mother. But this truth been always held and hidden by my family until my grandma passed away. Before that, I had a life as a princess, spoiled completely, and they would definitely give me anything and everything what I want. After she passed, I figured I don't have anyone anymore. My mom is too young. I don't have no feelings as a daughter and mother connections. I feel completely lost, and I found myself, what should I do now? I do have some gift that could help me so far, but should I just like push myself down and see that, oh, this is a trauma, I have to just like be depressed, now I lost this and that, and I found the truth about my life? And I found about my father. Who is my father? Somebody. Where is he? Another country. Okay. I tell myself, get up, stop it right now. It doesn't matter which family you had. It doesn't matter what they told you. It doesn't matter what happened. What it matters right now is to open the new chapter in your life. And I will completely left alone by myself without anybody to taking care of myself. At the age of 14, I asked my uncle, who left Iran to Stockholm, Sweden, if there is possibility to take me there. He said, maybe or maybe not, but I will do my best. 3 months later, I felt and I sensed I will be there. I'm not belonging in this country anymore, and I don't want to. I went to Sweden, Stockholm, and waited that my uncle is going to come and pick me up. Nobody showed up. Gosh, again, I'm here. My uncle is not here, and I don't even know that language. I couldn't speak English. Nothing. Okay. Then, Miss Fia, you are here with nobody again. So what happened? I tell myself, you are deaf and you are blind. Deaf and blind. What a deaf and blind person can do? I can't talk to anybody, I can't see anything, but I have to activate some other power inside of my body again at the age of 14. So I tried to communicate with people, tried to talk or communicate with some officers and ask about, like, where am I? I know that I'm in Stockholm, but I don't even know where to go. So basically I found some hotel and stayed there and just like think about like what happened with my uncle. So I found out that he had a car crash almost a couple hours before that he went to come and pick me up. So they take 1 month for me and for him to recover, to come out after coma and come and find me. So in 1 month, I was left over in a country with the minus 30 degrees. I mean it, minus 30 degrees, and I'm not joking. I could feel that I can't breathe sometimes, but I could have a lot of, ice in my nose and my ears and everything. Whatever I felt, you know what? Fia, you do have a power. Trust yourself, believe in yourself, build the new chapter. Again, this is your second chapter in another country. So I prayed, I connect to my divine, I sense, and all of a sudden, 3 families, without even knowing who they are, what they are up to, they reach out to me out of nowhere. How? I went out to the Starbucks, but basically there is no Starbucks. It was something, looked like or similar to Starbucks, and saw some lady that's sitting there and crying. I went and said, well, I can't speak. What should I say? Okay, the only things that I can do is a love language. Maybe I should hug her. Maybe I should just like say, I'm here. And it was a Swedish girl, of course, blondie, and I'm kind of like a black hair. Well, that maybe she's going to get scared a little bit. But I says, like, don't worry about it. Just go and get it done. So I did that. And she hugged me so hard. Was like, what's going on? What's happened to you? She's starting to talk. I couldn't understand. Barely nothing. Swedish language? Come on, guys. You guys don't want to even learn. It's very difficult and very hard. I said, okay, let's just continue and continue. I felt and see that she lost the baby, or actually the baby was missed in the past of almost 4 years. And she basically went to the family and asked questions about, like, where can I go? How can I find? Because it was in another state, and they come back to the Stockholm, and then she all of a sudden just break down. I said, I can help you. I feel where the baby is, or somehow I can see the baby. They didn't understand what I'm saying. I was like, oh my gosh, what should I say? It's like translating. I do remember that day. So basically after almost 2 hours, some Persian family, who they could actually speak my language, finally Persian, so they could understand exactly what I'm talking, because they've been closest friend to that Swedish family. My career started at the age of 14 in Stockholm. Just 2 months after, I landed in this minus 30 degrees of country. So my point is, whatever I had in my life, I've always been thankful and grateful. I never said why I don't. I never said why me. I never said how. I always say, come on, get up, find a way, go, That's it. So never give up. And I always learn myself, don't be logic, be biologic. Because that's the only way you can feel and sense yourself and others. Always send love and receive love. Never give up about your goals. And of course, the first month, because I did not have enough money, I left with almost 120 crackers and waters. And it's possible. As a human, we can live with 120 crackers and water every day, which I did because I did not have money, no place to go, countries with no language. Then after that, I feel like I have to build my company. I built my company almost 3 years later. It was about like $4.5 million company with almost 55 Swedish employees. And what I did that, not just helping police officers and private investigators and all this stuff. I did this because I feel that Swedish people rejected me one after each other. Why? Because I'm come from another country. I said, you know what? I make a decision now. I am going to build my own company, and you are going to pick me to hire you. This is me now, Fia Johansson. So now I'm not going to be a blondie lady, but I'm going to be the black hair lady with a lot of power of will. So my will power make my company became super successful back in Stockholm. Almost 8 years ago, I felt that I have to move to America. I find my love of my life. And when I come here, I felt, okay, you left your country, the way that you love, basically after so many years, and now you want to just start from scratch. So I knew about 5 languages already, but my English was not good at all. So I couldn't barely speak English. I was like, okay, start it again, Miss Fia. Now this time, maybe English is much easier than and faster than Swedish. So that was all I had. And now I have over $5.5 million, almost $6 million company, and actually have over 250 employees worldwide that are working for me in America. So everything is possible, even you don't know about the language. So remember that, deaf and blind always will help you and send love and passion to yourself and anything and everything you want. Everything is possible.
Welcome back. Our next guest is a celebrity medium, a clinical hypnotherapist, a holistic healer, and holds a master's in psychology. Fia Johansson is known as the Persian medium, and she's even worked with intelligence agencies and law enforcement to find answers in cases. She also wants all of us to discover our best selves. Fia, good morning.
Good morning, Heather.
Thank you so much for your time this morning.
Thanks for having me.
I just want to start with, when did you realize that you had this ability?
I was 7.
7?
It was a very hot summer. A friend of mine came to my house and we played, we had fun. 3 hours later, they wanted to go home. I said, don't go. They said, why? I said, because I see that you guys going to have a car crash.
Ooh.
Of course, they didn't listen to me. They had to go. 40 minutes later, our phone rang and confirmed that they had a car crash.
Oh my goodness, were they okay?
They've been completely okay, but what I saw in my vision at that age, it was scary. It was colors, visions of car crash, and my friend's face, who basically had some blood in. I was very scared. It took actually 4 years for me to discover why I see things before they happen. Why did people connect it to me? Why I am connected to unknown? And what's wrong with me? So, because you don't have anybody to talk to.
No, nobody would be able to relate to what you're seeing or experiencing. Later in life, you're able to use these tools and this ability to eventually connect with law enforcement. Is it true that you have helped to solve 22 cases?
Yes.
What sort of cases are you assisting with?
Cold cases, many of them was cold cases, old cases, locate missing people, and also connected people to each other who basically been vanished for so many years and they didn't know where they are. And I started with law enforcement at the age of 17 back in Europe. And I moved here to US 10 years ago, and through that agency, I connect with intelligence services here as well.
Can you give me an idea of a case that you've solved?
One of the cases that I had, it was almost 2 years ago. Coast Guard communicated with me and said, we have a missing pilot and missing plane. I said, where are you guys? He said, well, we are around the oceans. He said, you guys in the wrong place. Number one, they are not alive. And he was like, how did you know that was they? I said, because it's two people that passed. And he immediately felt that you're right about it, because that was the student and instructor. So basically, after 25 minutes, after the helicopter came and took me, we found the stress signals from that plane. And they asked me, how did you know that? I said, he told me where he is.
Wow.
So
what do you mean by that? Did you hear voices, or you...
voices. It's actually, it's different, case by case. Some cases I feel and sense them directly communicating with me. Some cases they kind of like connecting me through other people. And some cases it's just the callers and numbers and names. And I bring them to attention for DA, private investigators, and crime lawyers. They put them together, and this was like, wow. You got it, bingo. We got a piece of
Very helpful for people who may not have any other answers in these situations. When you walk by strangers on the street, do you ever get a sense for anything?
Of course, because as you know, we are all based on energies. And I pick up energies very fast. I feel and sense them very strongly. And when you are an empath, you can sense people almost, 100 miles away. But I try to not, because it's crazy. My life, maybe outside is look normal. I maybe look normal, but inside it's not normal.
Is it difficult to have to constantly be hearing and sensing things?
It is difficult. I can't be in any funerals because of the dead people. I communicate with them directly. I can't actually be around and surround people who basically doing something wrong. Example like high-profile people, celebrities, and other stuff, because then I can see and locate them, what they're up to, what is going on. So basically, it's hard for me. I close myself to not see things.
Do you call people out? I know you have celebrity clients. You say,
of course.
I know what you're up to when you're not here.
You know what I did? Actually, Impossible Hollywood, I changed it to I'm Possible Hollywood. I worked through my hypnose to helping a lot of models, actor, actress to achieve their dreams and desires. And of course, I did.
Wow. I know you have a book out. It's called Recoding Your Brain for a Better Life, and you're working on a second book.
Yes, and the third book. The second book, actually, I am working on an upcoming book with one very huge and very strong intelligent agent who wants to talk to me, or basically, stand by on any cases that we solved together, and we are going to say when, where, how.
Wow. Okay. So we'll be looking forward to that one. Fantastic.
That would be fantastic.
Where can folks get in contact with you? Maybe they would like to work with you on something.
Well, to see me face to face, they need to have some one-year waiting list. So it's
one-year waiting list. My goodness.
Yeah, but if they do have some cases, missing people or crime cases that they would love to involve me, they can connect to my agent, and through that, I will connect with them. But easy to talk to me, because people ask me a million questions about. Guess what? What is my lottery number?
Lottery numbers.
Example.
Yes.
When I'm going to get married. Is he cheating or not cheating? Or stock markets or investment. So basically, avidadvice.com, A-V-I-D advice.com is the best place to communicate.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I have over 27,000 people or clients worldwide. And I'm very blessed and happy and thankful for that.
All right, Fia Johansson, the Persian Medium, thank you so much for your time this morning. We do appreciate it.
You're very welcome.
All right, Stella, I'm intrigued. We'll send it back to you.
That's pretty incredible. Thank you so much, ladies.
to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Medium Rachel with Medium Rachel. Medium Rachel. Live from RachelMinning.nl.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Medium Rachel
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, good afternoon. Welcome to the Medium Rachel Show with A1R Psychic Radio. I'm really glad to be back. For the new viewers, I'm Rachel. I'm a psychic and a healer, and I'm living in the Netherlands. Welcome to my show. I hope you are all fine. I will explain a little bit more about me. Besides giving readings about relationship, work, finance, opening a third eye, spiritual development, give a reading by the magical objects. I hope you can see that. I can also heal people in the field of fears. I feel a lot of fear inside many people in their body. There is a heavy energetic field around a lot of people now. Also, I can remove emotional blocks, traumatic experience, spiritual developments, and also I can heal energetical, psychical pains and much more. With my hands, I can also energetically heal you, and I hope I can heal a lot of people tonight. Oh no, it's in the Netherlands tonight. It's the most people are the afternoon. I'm sorry. I can also heal. I hope a lot of people. I hope I can help you. I really want that because I feel a lot right now, and that's a lot of fear. To lose a lot of control over their body and over their soul. That is really a strong energetical feel that I can feel right now. Besides removing blockage, I can also see a little bit further into the future. I can see for 1 year, and then that is really enough to get more steps further into your life. I really want to help you because I am a human helper, and I want that you are going to be free in your own body and in your own soul, and that you can fly away just like a butterfly. I have a caller. One moment. Nikki. Hello. Good afternoon,
Hello.
Nikki.
Hi.
Hello. Hi. What can I do for you?
So I was wondering if you could see if there's any messages from the other side.
From a loved one in heaven. Do you want to get a message or yeah?
Yes.
One moment. I can see when I make the connection with my guides. I can see a woman, and that woman was a little bit older, and she was gone very quickly. Do you know who that is? That was really boom, boom, boom. She was gone. It didn't that slowly. It went really fast. Bam, bam, bam. Gone. Oh my God. She is coming nearby now, and she wants to give you a message. But do you know, it's an older woman. She loved to wear nice clothes. She was really nice. She also, with her nails, with her hands, she wanted to look very nice. A really nice woman. Do you know who that is?
Not really, because if you said younger, then I might have known who it was, but not older.
She's older. No, older.
No, I'm not
older.
really sure.
she is older, and my guides are telling me the whole time she's older. So I have to take that message. You know who she is when you are going to feel in your heart, because you really want a message. My guides are telling me now from one person, and you hold the whole time. How do you say that? You want a message from that person, so you cannot feel other things. Do you understand me? You hold on to that person.
It's specifically one person.
Yeah, so I can give you a lot of messages, but you think, yeah, right, okay, I don't want that. I want a message from the other woman, other person. But the other person is not so far yet to give you a message, because that person is not in the universe, in the light, as we call, yet. She has really a lot of problems to get, how do you say that? To, how do you say that in English?
To work through?
Yeah, to work through, but also she don't want to leave the earth. She don't want to leave people here on this planet. She doesn't want to go energetically.
Yeah.
It went really fast. You know what I mean? So she couldn't understand what was happening. She can tell me that a little bit. But when I, how do you say that? When I pull at her, then she cannot move above to the light. And that's really sad, because she is taking her little steps further to the light. And that takes some time. She really misses you a lot, but she is the person is crying. Why did it happen to me? Why I couldn't say to more people goodbye? Do you understand that?
I'm not sure who that person is, though.
Yeah, you have to feel. No, I have to feel my guides. I trust them. You have to feel in your heart. But your heart is blocked. You don't want to feel in your heart. I'm sorry that I say that so directly, but you have problems with your beautiful heart to feel in your beautiful heart. Always you are listening to your mind, not to your heart. Do you understand that? You are so beautiful, but you don't see that. So you cannot feel enough. Is it possible that I give you a healing, so maybe you can see then what my guides wanted to tell you? Because your beautiful heart is blocked. Yeah?
Yeah, I appreciate
Can you understand what they... Yeah, okay. 2 feet on the ground, please.
Okay.
I need that to make connection with your... okay. You have a lot of pain. You can cry, not a lot. You want to be strong, they tell me. Always be strong. I have to be strong. Why? You are so beautiful, so beautiful, so beautiful. That's what my guides tell you. Do you understand what they want to... Yeah, do you understand what they want to tell you?
Yes.
You don't cry enough. You want always to be strong. The people really like you. You are a nice person. And now you can a little bit feel more in your beautiful heart, because the words that I just told you, you felt it. You felt what my guides and I wanted to tell you. You felt it. Is that true? Yeah.
Yes.
Now you get more and more peace. And what I told you, you can, after this reading, you can understand and you can see what they wanted to tell you. But your heart was blocked. Always in your mind. Always. Always.
Yeah.
Think. Always thinking. Always. You are beautiful. Your heart is now free. There are no blockage, and you will get a message because I have to let you go now. You get a message within a month with a white butterfly. I have to tell you that. Then I can let you go.
Okay.
That's the message from your loved one in heaven. 1 month.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Have a nice day.
Okay, you too. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
You're welcome.
Bye. I had another caller, but I was just in her energetic field, so I couldn't see who is the next one. But, okay. Hello, Claire. Good afternoon.
Good morning. How are you?
Yeah, fine. And you? Hi.
I'm not too bad, thank you. And yourself? I'd like a reading, please, about me and this man called Gary.
Gary, okay. Do you have a relationship, Claire, with that person?
Oh, we're friends with benefits, but we had an argument. I want to make sure that we're going to be okay.
One moment. I take one card for my angel deck, but I get already some messages for you. One moment. Everything is going to be okay within 2 months. Do you know why? You think, oh my God, 2 months. Oh my God. But Claire, he is really a stubborn man, a really stubborn person. Do you know what I mean? Oh my God. Oh, he is stubborn. Oh, everything you say now, when you say A, he say B. When you say C, he say D. Everything is the opposite direction. Everything. Is that true?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the time that... Yeah? Did you want to tell me something, Claire?
Will our relationship improve, huh?
You get a relationship with him, but he is a man who goes step by step. He doesn't go very quickly. He needs time. He needs time to heal also himself, because he has a blockage in his heart. He has a little bit problems with to open his heart. He feels a lot for you. You understand each other very, very good. But sometimes you really can bam, 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 bam. Oh my God. And the next time or the next week, oh, I like you a lot. You know what they want to tell you? It's really the opposite direction. Sometimes you are arguing. Sometimes you are really close. But there is coming a relationship. I know that for sure, within 2 months, but you have to speak a little bit more from out of your heart, what you feel, what you think, what you need, because you don't communicate enough with him what you think and what you feel, Claire. He doesn't know exactly what you feel. Do you know what my guides, do you understand what my guides wanted to tell you?
Okay.
You have to communicate a little bit more. Open your heart. Open your vulnerability. It is a little bit difficult. The angels are sending you one, because it's in my language. You and that person, Gary, are going to be one. One relationship, one soul. Trust and be trusted. Please trust everything you think, positive or negative, that is coming your way. Trust, please. Everything is going to be okay, Claire, but open your heart a little bit more. A little bit more. Can you understand that my guides are telling you are not communicate enough what you feel and what you think? You think it here in your mind, but you don't speak out enough.
Will he contact me, or should I wait for him?
Yeah, okay, but when you have contact with him, he will take contact with you within 2 weeks. Then it goes step by step. You getting closer together, and within 2 months you get a relationship. Why? Because you are one soul, you and Gary. But it's really important for you that you communicate a little bit more from your heart. What you feel, what you think. You know what I mean? When you see him, speak out. Speak out. Speak with him. When you see him, hi Gary, hi, do you know? But not, I really like you. I really like you, Gary. Open your heart, your vulnerability a little bit more. That's the key to success.
Okay. But he's not talking to me at the moment.
No, but he will contact you within 2 weeks. He is stubborn. Oh my God. For a few days he will be stubborn. But within 2 weeks he will be coming back to you and take the telephone or something else. I cannot see that. He will contact you. Then you are going to on speaking terms. And then everything is going to be okay. But when you are on speaking terms again, within 2 weeks that he will contact you, it's really important that both of you listen to each other. That are my guides telling me now. And also open your heart to tell him what you really feel for him. Really feel for him. Do you understand it now?
Yes.
Open your beautiful
heart. Do you
heart.
believe that our friends with benefits will change?
Yeah, within 2 months. Because when you show your vulnerability, what you really feel for Gary, then he thinks, oh, she really likes me. She wants more. Oh yeah, now I can also open my heart. I really like you also. But when you don't do that, he thinks, oh yeah, I don't think she really likes me. It's only friends with benefits. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
You have to pull him through that energetical field. You can do that. You are really strong.
The relationship being long term?
Yeah. I cannot say for your whole life because I cannot see that and I don't believe that. But it's really for a long time. But the key for your relationship with Gary is to be on speaking terms, to communicate. You are really strong with your communication, but you have to throw it more out of your soul, out of your body. With your friends, you can talk. Talk. Really from out of your heart, your beautiful heart. But when somebody is coming nearby, you are going a little bit back. You have to stand, Claire. You can do that. Okay?
So shall I wait for him to contact me though?
No, I wouldn't wait. That's a game. I think that's a game. When your heart is telling you, I have to call him, I miss him, please do that. Please. Okay. That's the key to success, to open your heart, your vulnerability. Don't play a game, both. For everybody on this planet, don't play a game. Oh, I have to wait that he calls. Oh, I have to wait till she calls. Okay? Please call him. Everything is then going to be okay. Okay?
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. Have a nice day, Claire.
You too.
Thank you. Bye-bye. I'm going to be back for a few minutes in English. Now I'm going back to my language for my Dutch people. So, one moment please. Hallo Nederland. Nou, het was even een langere reading. Maar goed, ik wilde deze lieve Claire toch echt even goed helpen. Onder A1R Psychic Radio kun je op hun Facebookpagina je vraag stellen. Dat is echt gratis. Dus ik ga nu heel even naar mijn telefoon. Daar ga ik heel eventjes kijken onder de live uitzending. wat de vragen zijn. Dus wil je graag een reading van mij? Onder de live-uitzending van A1R Psychic Radio, Facebookpagina van hun, kun jij je vraag gaan stellen. Daar heb ik nog heel eventjes tijd voor. Dus ga heel even kijken. Wie wil dus graag met de magische voorwerpen een reading? Ik ga eens even kijken. Want ik moet ze ook heel even zoeken. Niet hier, want dat is echt even puzzelwerk voor mij, omdat er meerdere live-uitzendingen staan. Hier misschien. Oh ja, hier. Hallo Piki, hallo Sandra, hallo Elvera, hallo Henk. Wil je graag een vraag? Stel hem hier nog heel eventjes hieronder, hè. Nu kun je nog, dus daar zou ik zeker er nu gebruik van maken. Ik ben er nog een paar minuten. Ik wil dat mijn vermoeidheid weg zou gaan, zegt Henk. Weet je Henk, het is voor jou heel erg belangrijk dat jij meer pas op de plaats gaat maken. Jij moet echt meer balans gaan vinden. Nee, jij mag meer balans gaan vinden tussen dingen doen en dingen niet doen. Ook leg je de lat te hoog neer voor jezelf. Want mijn kaarten vallen gewoon echt hier langs me, een hele stapel. Er is wat onrust. Ga heel even gas terugnemen. Dat blijven ze zeggen. Je wil soms te veel. Ook dat Rome op 1 dag gebouwd is. Herken je dat, Henk? Je zit in de groei. Absoluut. Soms ben je iets te serieus. En mag je iets meer lachen geven ze aan. Herken je dat ook, Henk? Dan zou ik dat fijn vinden als je dat hieronder neerzet. Je mag jezelf iets meer gaan reinigen, lieve Henk. Door middel van een voetenbadje is inmiddels bekend, dat zeg ik wel eens vaker. Voetenbadje met Himalaya zout. Jij mag echt meer jezelf gaan reinigen. Ook heb je wat te maken met negatieve energieën. Dat zie ik heel erg goed. Je bent nog steeds aan het vegen vanuit je verleden. Dat doe je supergoed. Maar ga wel iets meer voorwaarts lopen. Dat is wat deze schoen jou wil vertellen. De magische voorwerpen willen jou vertellen. Ga iets meer wandelen. Ga goed kijken wat wel vandaag, wat niet vandaag. Er mag echt wat meer balans gaan komen tussen dingen doen en dingen niet doen. En dan zul je ook zien dat je vermoeidheid iets minder gaat worden. Wij zijn geen artsen. Dit is puur energetisch kijken. Je bent heel erg spiritueel, Henk. Want ik had hier nou ook nog de schedel liggen. En dat is echt de schedel van het spirituele. Steeds meer ga jij spiritueel groeien. Herken je dat, Henk? Nou, ik ga heel even naar de volgende. Elvera. Hallo Elvera. Open. Nou, dan gaan we eens kijken. Nou, er vallen er al uit. Kopzorgen. Nou, wat denk je nu, hè? Traag. Ga heel even kijken. Kijk, jij zit te veel in je hoofd en te weinig in je mooie hart. Dat blijft een obstakel voor jou op een of andere manier. Herken je dat, Elvera? Herken je dat? Dan mag je dat aangeven. Kijk, ik heb het magische voorwerp de trap. En jij gaat echt 3 trappen omhoog en 2 trappen weer terug. Een trap omhoog, 4 trappen weer terug. Jij blijft aan het schommelen. En je weet nog niet zo goed, moet ik links of rechtsaf gaan. Je hebt nog een behoorlijke rugzak energetisch bij je hangen. Je kijkt ook, zeggen ze, te veel nog achteruit in plaats van vooruit. En ook heb jij het gevoel, zegt dit kooitje, dat je soms nog wat gevangen zit in jouw lichaam en in jouw geest. Er komt wel echt geluk aan. En er komt ook echt wel, wil deze ring zeggen, de ring tot succes. Alleen is het heel erg belangrijk dat jij je wel een keer laat reinigen goed. En dat kan ik nu gewoon niet doen in een minuut. Daarvoor zit het te zwaar en te diep. Daar ben ik heel eerlijk in. Jij bent maar door en eigenlijk maar door en door gegaan, Elvera. Ik hoop dat je dit herkent. Oh, je zegt al ja. Ja, dat is ook wat ik zei, Henk. Je mag meer in beweging komen, maar weet wel goed wanneer wel en wanneer niet. Hè? Want soms ga je te hard en wil je in één keer te snel gaan. Wil je ook alles eigenlijk te veel op een dag stoppen. En dat is gewoon niet de bedoeling, hè. Dat moet je niet gaan doen. Moeten is een heel lelijk woord. Maar goed, ik kan het niet anders zeggen. Oh, hier zie ik nog een hele hoop. Oh. Even kijken. Henk, wow, klopt. Gelukkig. Angeltje, heb ik de goede beslissing genomen in verband met erfrecht? Zegt papa, Wilfried, dat ik goed doe. Even kijken. Je hebt het... Even kijken, zegt papa, dat ik het goed heb gedaan. Ja, Angeltje, je hebt het goed gedaan. Je bent voor jezelf opgekomen. Je hebt je grens bewaakt. Eindelijk ben je er gaan staan. Heb je niet meer omver laten blazen. Dat is wat ik als boodschap vanuit jouw lieve papa door ga krijgen. Blijf je voeten goed in smeren, Angeltje. Dat zegt jouw lieve vader tegen mij, want ze voelen wat droog aan. Nu zit hij ook op een of andere manier wat te kietelen aan jouw voeten. Heb ik nooit eerder gezegd. Alleen, hij zegt het mij. Kun je dat op dit moment ook voelen, Angeltje? Dat jij dat hebt, die tintelingen? Zou ik fijn vinden als je dat heel even onder de live neerzet. Nu heb ik er een paar gedaan, want ik wil heel even terug naar het Engelse publiek, zeg maar. Ik kom zo meteen nog heel even voor het afsluiten. Hello everybody, I'm back again. This was a little bit in my language. A few readings I just gave to my Dutch people. I really want to tell you, before I'm going, stop walking around with that nasty feeling. Keep turning in circles or feel unhappy. I am here for you. Please know that I'm here for you. I really want to send you a lot of power, a lot of light. I love to help people with all the strength in me. Really, please, if you really are blocked, let me know. Voor de Nederlandse mensen, echt super bedankt voor het kijken. Ik vond het fantastisch dat jullie er eigenlijk weer waren. En dat jullie me altijd eigenlijk ondersteunen. Daar ben ik jullie enorm dankbaar voor. En echt waar, dikke kus. Ik hoorde misschien wat gekraak, maar ik wilde een kus geven aan de Nederlandse mensen. And for the English people, thank you for watching. Thank you for your trust. I believe in you, really. I really believe in you. I send you a lot of power. I want that you are feeling free in your own body and in your own soul. That you can fly further just like a butterfly. To feel free. I believe in you, in my language, in you. And thank you for watching. Till next Tuesday, I am back again. And I think of you all. For really. Bye bye. Nederlands publiek, super bedankt voor het kijken. Ik vind het super fijn dat jullie er iedere keer bij zijn. Het geeft mij toch een heel erg fijn gevoel. En daar ben ik jullie echt dankbaar voor. Dat jullie ook in het Engels meekijken. In het Nederlands meekijken, dat vind ik heel erg fijn. Dat doet mij ontzettend goed als mens zijnde. En ja, dat heeft iedereen wel nodig. Nou, dankjewel. Ik zie dat ik zo meteen mag gaan afsluiten. Bye bye. Dag gedaan.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for a gateway to the spirit world with Gail Moffat. Live from GailMoffat.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is a gateway to the spirit world.
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello and welcome to A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV, and thank you very much for tuning in to watch. So I thought I would tell you a little story about myself that was, we're going back a long, long way with this story. So I must have been, I'm just trying to think how old I was. I don't know how old you have to be. But anyway, I'm talking about the Girl Guides. So when is this something you admit to? I used to be in the Girl Guides, and I think I was probably about 11 or 12 or something like that. I'm not sure what sort of age. And so I was in the Girl Guides, and we had to, so the aim of the game was that we would have this uniform, and we would be able to get badges on our uniform. And there were all sorts of badges, and we decided that we would get the service flash, which was a sort of an oblong strip that would be sewn onto the uniform, and it sort of carried a little bit of sort of credibility of who you were because of having this service flash. And so what I had to do is I had to work for, now I don't know how many weeks, it was quite a few weeks, it was every Saturday for a long, long time. It felt like a year, but I don't know. My memory doesn't sort of tell me how long it was. It's probably just the summer holiday or something like that, but I don't know. It was a long time anyway. So we would get the bus to the hospital, and it wasn't a hospital. I stand corrected. It was an old people's home, but it used to be a hospital. And in fact, it was the very place where I was born. And so we used to go to this hospital, old people's home, or care place. I don't know what the correct term is, but it was known as an old people's home then. And that was the English term then. So you never know whether you're getting the right sort of PC term nowadays, because it always changes. Anyway, so we would make cups of tea and serve sort of biscuits for people, and then we would go round all the wards and we would make all the beds. And so we'd have to strip all the beds and make them. And that's where I learned how to do hospital corners, where you have a flat sheet and you fold it, you tuck one in and wrap the other bit around to tuck it in and get this beautiful hospital corner. And so at the end of it, I was very lucky to get a service flash, which I was able to embroider or sew onto my uniform, and it was something that I was quite proud of. But whilst I was there, what was so lovely is I met some incredible, lovely elderly people, and they appeared elderly to me. I was only about 11 or 12, and they would. There was a man in the corner that would do his basket weaving, and he was making a basket, and they would all be sitting in the day centre where we would hand out drinks. Anyway, so I think what the moral of the story is, what I would really want to say about it is, isn't it funny how we will do something if we're motivated by whatever it is? And in my case, I was motivated by this badge. But in actual fact, wouldn't it be nice if we were all people that sort of volunteered for people, whenever there was a need. What a different world we would live in if we had that. But anyway, it was just a thought that I had today about my days as a Girl Guide. Now, I understand that we have some callers that are going to call in that I'm going to do some reading for. And Nita in Toledo, Ohio. Are you there, Nita?
Yes, I'm here.
Hello, and welcome to the show. So my name is Gail Moffat, and so I am a medium, and I'm also a psychic. And what that means is that I can either connect to loved ones in the spirit world, or I can talk to my guides and give you guidance. Is there a particular area where you would like me to focus, or somebody in particular that you'd like me to connect to?
I think I kind of want to see what's in the future for me. I kind of feel like I've been having like a rather bad luck lately, and I'm hoping something good is going to happen soon.
So you it was something at work, did you say, is not going so well?
Yeah, I just feel like I've just been having like a path of bad luck. It seems like everything's just been going wrong.
Yeah. Oh dear. I'm sorry to hear that. That's not good, is it? When we have that sort of run of bad luck. Right. Okay. So let me have a look, and I'm going to connect my guides and see what they have to say for you.
Okay.
The first thing that I feel is, have you got quite a few people in the spirit world from your family? Because I feel like there's quite a few over there and I feel also that there's an element of needing some love at the moment, and there's not enough people around you to give you that love. Does that make sense to you?
Yes.
And I feel that because I feel like a sense of being almost left alone to cope with life's problems, left alone to sort of deal with everything that you have to deal with, and there isn't anybody that sort of you can call upon to sort of really sort of help you.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I have got a lady standing by the side of me, and I feel that this is a grandmother in the spirit world that is connected to you. And I feel that this person is on your father's side of the family, and I've been told that she could be quite a formidable woman. She was somebody that was quite sort of a feisty person. Does that make sense to you?
My dad's mother is still alive, so is my mom's mom. So I'm not really sure, and I didn't really know like his family too much, so I'm not really sure on that one.
Okay, I've got this lady, and I know that I'm on your father's side of the family. So this is a lady that I'm just going to describe her because it's on your father's side of the family. She's quite formidable. She can be somebody that would get quite cross and angry at times, or she would only when it was almost like when it was just there was a just reason for it. I feel like there's a sort of a matriarch sort of feeling to her, like she would be somebody that would know how to. She liked to organize people's lives a little bit, and I feel like I'm going on your father's side of the family. So I don't know whether it's a great grandmother or an aunt, but I know I'm on your father's side of the family. And I felt more like grandmother, so it may be great grandmother, but I just got that strong feeling with her. Does any of that make sense to you?
I didn't really know them. So as far as a great grandmother, I would have never even known her. Maybe on my mother's side. Now, I did have a relationship with her, but my dad's family, no, I don't even know them that well. So I wouldn't have a clue.
It's not uncommon for people to come through who you haven't met. But you see, because they know you. But I feel like the reason why she's coming through is she wants to assist you in your life. And I feel like she's just put some coins in my hand, and I feel like she's telling me that you need almost like your finances being picked up a bit. She's telling me that you've been worried about money and finances. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, that's definitely spot on.
And she's saying to me that she's been assigned to you as a guide. I feel like there's a family connection to this lady. She's been assigned to you as a guide because she's going to be almost helping you turn your life around, because she's telling me that you've got your life in a bit of a pickle, and it's not only just the finances. I feel like there are other things as well. And she's saying to me that there's a lot of pain in your heart as well, where you I feel like there's pain to do with relationships. Does that make sense to you?
Yes.
And she's saying to me that through no fault of your own, you've had to struggle, and you've found yourself in this situation, and it's literally being like a set of circumstances that was never really, that was sort of out of your control. And she's saying to me that her job with you is now to bring you to a position where you're feeling more secure in your life. Because what she's saying is the main problem with you is that you're not feeling secure financially, and also you haven't got that sort of emotional support around you, of love. And I feel like there's going to be people coming into your life as well, where they're going to sort of lift your spirits up and lift you up, because I feel like you need it's like I don't know whether I'm being too extreme in what I'm saying here, but I almost feel like there's been moments where you felt like you're hitting rock bottom with everything you have to deal with. Would that make sense to you?
Yes, a whole lot of sense.
Right. But what I feel is so exciting about this lady that's coming forward is that she is here to be your guide, to help you with everything that needs to be done. Almost like she's going to be turning your life around, and I keep on asking her for a name, and she's not I'm not getting it, but I just know that you've got some almost like it's going to be like, I feel like it's going to come at the same time, this emotional support and finances, but I feel like her main concern is the finances, because she's telling me that really needs to be sorted out, and she's there to do that. So I hope that helps, Nita.
Yes.
Does that all make sense to you?
Yes, definitely.
So if you need to find me, I'm on Facebook, and my name is Gail Moffat. But thank you very much for calling in. And just remember, this lady is quite formidable. She's a tough person, and she's there to turn. She's going to be guiding you and helping you. So I think that's really exciting for you, because it's a positive outlook, a positive future for you moving forward. So thank you very much for calling in. Thank you. So right now we have Lindsay in Warrenport, Northern Ireland. Are you there, Lindsay?
I am, yep.
Hello and welcome to the show. So I am a medium, and I can connect to loved ones, or I can look to give you guidance from my guides. Is there a particular way you'd like me to work?
Some guidance, please.
And is there anywhere that you would like me to focus? We've only got about 10 minutes.
At the minute, I've just sort of lost a good friendship with someone who had been in my life for the past 2 years every day.
And you've just split up, you say?
He's still around, so he is, but we don't talk now due to, it was like a friends with benefits we had, and I'm expecting his child now in December, so just guidance towards it.
Right, okay, so I'm just going to recap, just to make sure that I've got this right. There's a guy that was in your life, and now you're not sort of talking so much, and he's not around so much, and so you want me to look at that situation, is that correct?
Please.
Okay, right. Okay. Right. The first thing that I would like to say about this person is, I feel that he has the capability of being very, very charming, and full of fun and full of laughter, and he's the sort of person that you can easily be drawn to. Does that make sense about him?
It does, yeah.
And I also feel that when you get to know him a little bit better, you start to sort of notice that he does like to have things his own way. Would that make sense to you, Lindsay?
Some of it does, yeah.
Because I'm getting the feeling that he can be quite stubborn as well, and I feel with him that he has. It's like he's taken. I almost feel that some of the character traits of this man that you've been involved with haven't actually almost like wouldn't pass the test if your grandmother were to meet him, because I feel that there's a little bit of selfishness and a little bit of somebody that excuse me, he's somebody that and I don't know how well you got to know him, but I feel almost like, and I'm getting this from Spirit, they're telling me you've had a little bit of a lucky escape, and because he is somebody that wouldn't always consider your feelings and what your needs are, and how and what you need in life. And he's very clever at making him feel so, he comes across as so charismatic that you almost sort of, it's so easy to fall in love with him and sort of love the charisma and the humor and the jolly sort of way about him, that you don't always see the sort of the underlying personality traits that are going on behind the scenes. And I feel that if you're entirely honest, you would see that there are elements to this man that perhaps don't suit you. And I know that I'm getting this from a relative of yours that is very, very concerned about you. And I feel like I want to go on your mum's side of the family, and I feel like it's a grandmother, and I feel like she's extremely concerned about this relationship, because she can see the full extent of who he is. Now, with everything, I do feel that when spirit have an opinion, they come through with an opinion, and that happens to just be their opinion. You could speak to another spirit person and they would have a different opinion. But what I do feel that this lady's opinion is she feels that she is very glad that you are free of this person, because she feels that if you'd have continued to be in a relationship with this man, you would have found yourself where you are not like your self-esteem would be eroded. You would not feel so secure. And she's saying to me that I feel like she's not mincing her words either. It's almost as though she's quite pleased that there's more of a separation. And she says that she's coming in quite harshly with her words, because the reason why she's coming in quite harshly is because she wants to sort of like open your eyes to how he's been, and she feels, and again this is her opinion, she feels that he's somebody that would never make you happy and would draw you away from your family and your friends, and draw you because he can sort of there's a way about him that he does that. He can sort of draw people away from their security and from their needs in their emotional needs in their life, their emotional structure, if you like. And she's saying you need to be really, really careful, because your future, like almost like hangs in the balance. If you are in a relationship with this man, you would end up being almost like alone in the world, and your self-esteem would be massively eroded. Now, it's a very, I feel like I'm being very, very brave here, because and it was just what I was picking up, and what I was, because I work predominantly with clairaudience, so I hear the words more than anything, and it was what I was just getting, and I know it's probably something that you just don't want to hear. I probably, that it's like you're probably thinking, Gail, this isn't what I rang you up for. And
no, it was guidance in the situation of it all, and I didn't ever really feel being in a proper relationship. I am what? Sorry. Okay. So what I would like to sort of say about this is that I think what's really interesting is that for both these callers, we've had grandmothers or great grandmothers that have come through, and they're the ones that are giving the guidance and giving the love and the support, because whether you know them or not, they know you, and their guidance is there
for you. So I believe we have Lindsay back. Is she there?
I am, yeah.
Oh, sorry, I think the call dropped. I didn't hear what you were saying. I think that it just dropped in the middle of it. So I was wondering what you were going to say.
I am. Yeah, it was the fact that I knew we weren't going to be in a proper relationship together. But I am due his baby in 3 months, and I'm not sure whether there's going to be any friendship there again, or if he's going to be part of the baby's life.
I just feel that it may well be that he will be willing to be part of the baby's life, but I feel with your grandmother that she is she's adamant that you would be better off without him.
Yeah.
Being part of the baby's life is a different thing, but she feels that if you ended up in a full-blown relationship with him on a long-term basis, she feels that you would not have not be secure in your thinking, like your self-esteem would be eroded. But what I would like to stress, Lindsay, is that when I have somebody come through who's giving guidance, as it's a relative of yours who has an opinion on the subject, and if you speak to a relative of yours who is alive, different relatives may have different opinions, and that applies again exactly the same in the spirit world. And what I do know is that your grandmother is not impressed with this man and feels that he's not to be trusted, and she's warning you. She's given me these words again. She's warning you to be very wary of him. But of course, you need to. If he's, hopefully, he will be wanting to be included in the baby's life, and perhaps take responsibility. And if it comes to it that you're a single parent, if it's any consolation, I was a single parent, and I brought up my daughter, and she's fantastic, and it can be done.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network. And watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for the Lady Raven Radio Show with Lady Raven Miller. Lady Raven Miller. Live from LadyRavenMiller.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is the Lady Raven Radio Show
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. I'm Lady Raven Miller. I hope you're all having a wonderful week. So, to start off the show this week, I wanted to talk to you about some techniques to help you ground. We're all really busy, moms, the whole COVID, kids being at home with us trying to work from home. So I thought I'd give us some tips, okay? If you don't know what grounding is, grounding helps us be focused and present, okay? While we're grounding, you end up centering all of your energies. It's very cleansing. It keeps us calm and gives us clarity in our feelings and our thoughts. Grounding is a technique in which the Earth's energy is used to clear the body and the spirit of negative energy that only serves to stifle and pollute us. So we're going to use the Earth to channel all that negativity out and bring in all of the good, okay? So a couple of easy ideas that you can do while you're running after the kids, or you have a moment at the office, your lunch break, as you're stepping out of your vehicle because you're running errands like a chicken with your head cut off. So when you step out of your vehicle, if you happen to be wearing flip-flops because it's summertime, take a second, take them off. Just slide them off your feet, put your feet firmly on the ground, close your eyes, breathe in, hold for 3 seconds, and breathe it out. And do that about 3 times, okay? Because as you do that, you're releasing all the negative energy, okay? And you're bringing in the good. So breathe in the good, breathe out the bad. This can be done, like I said, on your lunch break, chasing after the children in the backyard, or if you're teaching your children from home and you're also trying to work from home. We all know how that's going right now. It can really be stressful. So take those 5 minutes for yourself, run outside, and put your feet on the ground. Let's say Wyoming, you guys are getting snow right now, so you don't want to really run out and put your feet in the snow because then you're going to get frostbite. Sit on your kitchen counter. Make sure there's no dishes in there. You don't want to knock anything over, okay? Turn on the water to a temperature that is comfortable for you, and let that water run over your feet. And then go ahead with the breathing exercises. The movement of the water has the Earth's energy in it, and that will help cleanse those negative energies out of you. You can do this at the end of the day, also in a shower. If you'd like more helpful tips on easy grounding techniques, then you may visit my website, LadyRavenMiller.com, and under the link section is a link to my book that has many, many different techniques that you could do in your very busy daily lives. So I have Portia from Georgia. Portia,
hello.
Welcome.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing wonderful. So what can I do for you today, dear?
Okay, so my question was, I just wonder what's going on with my lover. He's ignoring me, and I just want to know if he's going to commit to me anytime soon.
And can I get the first letter of your lover's name, dear?
R.
As much as I don't want to tell you, my dear, because I hate giving bad news to everybody, but I feel the need to be truthful in what I receive. And what I receive is that your guys' paths are no longer connected. When we connect with people, our lives intertwine kind of like a rope or a vine. And as the needs or lessons that we learn from each other are no longer connected, our vines they grow in a different direction. And I feel that you're the one that has done a lot of growth. And with that growth, as much as you may care deeply and love this person, they're no longer there for your highest good. So I would move on, because there's somebody there that is going to be on the same frequency as you.
Okay.
You have any other questions, darling? I know it's hard to hear, and I'm really sorry.
No, that was the only question.
Are you sure? Because I feel like you're hesitating.
I have tons of questions, but you pretty much, I have tons of them, but you pretty much, answered it, the gist of it.
Well, if it makes you feel better, honey, I am seeing in a few months you are going to meet somebody else that is more on the frequency that you are, okay? And
okay.
So, no, you're not going to be alone. I don't want you to think you're going to be alone at all. You're not. It's just time to, for lack of better terms, upgrade.
Okay. Was it something that I did?
No, honey. It's nothing that you did or that he did. It's more of I'm not quite sure how to explain. It's almost like he's more childish and you're becoming more and more and more of an adult, and he still wants to be able to play childish games. And you're ready for that next phase of life where you meet somebody, you settle down, you enjoy that life with that person, and he's just not there anymore. It's not what he's ready for.
Okay.
And I don't know if you want to wait and see if he ever gets there. I mean, that's a possibility too, but you'd be waiting a while.
Okay.
Other than that, I hope you're having a good day.
That's okay.
You seem very distant, darling. What else was going on? Because I feel like you got some sad news going. You got the sad news vibe.
Well, probably because, of course, that's probably not what I wanted to hear, but, I just have to face it. It's hard for me to face that because I didn't want that to be the truth.
Sometimes the truth isn't always what we want to hear, but what we need to hear.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah.
So
I'm just a little sad about that.
Oh, well, let's talk about doing some self-love to get you out of that funk.
Okay.
Vanilla. Vanilla's a wonderful self-love herb, and you can get bubble bath or bath salts with that. Bath salts are very cleansing. If you combine the two, lay in the bath and just close your eyes and just practice breathing. And when you get out of that bath, you're going to feel completely different. yes, you're still going to have some sadness because this is an end to something that you're very used to and a beginning of something new and amazing. Okay?
Okay.
So try that. If you're still struggling, come visit me on my website and I'll give you some more tips on how to do the self-love and let go of the negative energy that, you're going to have for a little while as you mourn a relationship, and we'll boost you back up and get you ready for the next phase of your really wonderful adventure.
Okay. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, darling. You have a good day.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Charlotte in Spokane, Washington. Colette,
Hi.
I'm sorry. Colette.
Yeah.
You're from the same state I was originally from. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. So what can I do for you today?
I would just like, I don't know, I've never had one of these before, really, actually. Just like a general reading, I guess.
A general reading. Okay.
Yeah.
So, what would you... General readings can be a lot of different things. Is there a particular subject you would like to focus on?
How about like, I don't know, financial stability, maybe towards that way?
Okay. Would you like would you like me to do your reading intuitively, or would you like me to use the cards, dear?
Wow. How about the cards?
Okay.
Okay.
Let me go ahead and grab them.
Or maybe like abundance. Is abundance nearby?
Well, we can certainly find out. I hope you guys are doing okay with all the wildfires out there.
Yeah, we're doing all right.
I have family and friends out there still, and they're saying the smoke is everywhere.
Yeah, it is. It's gotten bad over the last few days, definitely.
Well, make sure you take care of yourself. Drink lots of green tea to keep all that muck out of you.
Yeah.
Well, darling, you wanted to know about abundance. So let's talk about the abundance going on. Wow.
I've been getting into watching car readings on YouTube, so I'm really kind of like, fascinated, I guess, with how it works.
I want to tell you, I wish I had pulled cards like this for myself because I would be jumping up and down for joy. Okay?
Okay.
What I'm seeing, honey, is in the next few months, there's going to be a financial opportunity coming your way. Okay, so here's your abundance. You're going to have some money coming in and an opportunity that you could either say no to or say yes to, and I highly encourage saying yes to. The reason being is that even though it's not going to be like a financial fix, like right away, like someone's going to just sit here and give you a check. No, that's not going to happen. But this is long-term money that's going to be coming in bits and pieces. And it's going to make your financial situation a whole lot more stable. It's going to allow bills to be easier to be paid. And the cards are telling me that you're going to end up with money left over for things for you to have fun with. Go on vacation, spoil yourself or family.
Wow.
So, even though it's not one chunk, here you go, you won the lottery.
Yeah.
It's long term, it's going to really ease things for you. So it's not fast, but it is there and it is coming. Now, they do caution being careful with, spontaneous purchasing. So, if you want a new car, I would wait a little bit, sleep on it, make sure it's the right car for you before purchasing. So, careful with those spontaneous purchases. I am seeing a lot of optimism, but I'm seeing somebody, from your past coming back in your life.
Okay.
So I would like you to be very careful with this person because they bring opportunities, but they can also bring a lot of suffering in your life. Talking about a person from your past, I don't know if someone's coming into your life already or if they're on their way very shortly, but somebody from your past is popping back in. And this person had strong feelings for you. Right? This person was in love with you at some point. You need to, as much as this person can bring joy into your life, they can also bring a little bit of drama, and ruffle some feathers. So I just want you to be aware and be careful of that person. I do feel that person would be a very good friend in the long run, but they kind of need to keep their emotions towards you in check, or, you make sure that the boundaries are very set, that they are just a friend.
Okay.
Okay, and then you have some things from your past that you're still kind of holding on to, emotional.
Yeah.
Now, we need to work on letting that go, okay? Because it's holding you up emotionally on truly connecting with other people. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So, if you'd like, you can come to my website, and honey, I will help you and give you tips on how to let that go. But I really do feel that this is what is holding you back. Okay?
Uh-huh.
Are you all right?
Oh, yeah, I'm okay. It's just weird because someone already knows without me even explaining it, and it's just, awesome.
Well, I want you to surrender to yourself, okay? That way you can let it all go. You want to be the best you that you can be. And you want to be the best you that you can be for other people in your family. And the best thing you can do is on working on letting that go. Forgive yourself for letting it hurt this long. And we just push it all go. And just push it and let it go. Okay?
Okay. Uh-huh.
And you will be
I've been
amazed.
trying to work on it. Okay.
You'll be amazed on how much will come towards you when you're more open. And we sometimes think we're open, but we're really kind of closed off because of that nitpicking past. So I will help you, okay? I will help you kick that past out of your way.
Okay.
All right?
Okay.
I hope you have a wonderful day, dear, and thank you so much. I feel very honored to be your first reading.
Thank you. Okay, have a good day.
You too. Oh, I'd love to thank all my callers for calling in today. That's wonderful. I get so honored when I'm someone's first reading. It really touches me when they can choose me and they trust me to give those readings. So I would love if everybody would try those grounding techniques this week, because with the way everything in the world is going, the way the planets and the stars are aligning, emotions are going to be all over the place for a little while. Sometimes we need to take a step back and really just think about what we're doing. And the words that come out of our mouths have an effect on someone else. So next time you feel yourself being a little stressed or angsty or just frustrated, just breathe and just take a minute and choose your words carefully, because your words have power, they have meaning, they have energy behind them. And if we could all just say something nice to someone else, we can change the world and the perspective that everybody has. We can change the energy of what is going on with our positive words. So, I wish you guys the best week possible. And I can't wait to talk to you guys on Tuesday again. If you would love to see more of me, visit ladyravenmiller.com, or you can find me on Facebook, Lady Raven Miller, or over on Facebook, Lady Raven Radio. And we can chat, connect. I'd love to help each and every one of you. And since it's towards the end of my show, I'm going to leave you guys with positive energy, as I do with all of my shows. I hope you all have a blessed weekend. If you're in need of healing, whether it be physical or emotional, please accept this healing. Thank you, and I hope that energy helps, whether you're healing emotionally or physically, or you just needed some good vibrations through your life as you're getting through a tough day. Please visit me at ladyravenmiller.com or on Facebook. I'd love to thank my wonderful callers for calling in. I so enjoyed talking to each of you. And all of you sitting at home watching or listening, thank you. Thank you for being here and blessing me with your presence. Porsche, Colette, thank you. Thank you very much. I was very honored. And until next Tuesday, where I will be here again with you with some more tips and tricks on how to help you in your daily life. Bring that good energy in and moving the bad energy out so we can all be our best selves. Until then, take a nice bath and some Epsom salts. Get those energies going. Don't forget our grounding we talked about. Put those 2 feet on the ground. And hopefully that'll help you. And if it doesn't, we'll go with another plan. Anyways, everybody, like I said, thank you for being here. It was a pleasure being here with each and every one of you.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for the Third Wish with Arno. Live from the thirdwish.net.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. 24/7. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is the Third Wish
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello everyone, I am Arno with the Third Wish. I am so delighted to be here for this second show. I started last week and I was so happy to hear your feedback and getting comments and some of you getting private readings. So I'm looking forward to this second show and really delighted to have you all here. For this show today, I'm going to talk a little bit about the moon and how the moon is impacting our lives and how we can use the moon to our advantage to better our lives. I will obviously take a few callers that we have here on the line, as well as messages for all of you. If you remember last week, I also delivered messages that are tailored to every single one of you. So if you really want to know what's going to be happening to you this week, stay tuned as we have that ready. So the moon is very important. The moon is impacting our beings. The moon is impacting the waves, the oceans, and we can't really ignore this planet and what's around us. So I wanted to talk a little bit about the moon from the point of view that, as opposed to the sun, who's a very strong power with very masculine, very ego. The moon, at the opposite, is reflecting on our shadow, what we feel deep inside of us, our emotion, our creativity, and to some degree, the night as well. And so I will be talking a little bit of how to tap into this a little bit later on the show. But before that, I really want to put in two really important events in the moon cycle. The first one is the full moon. Every month we go to a full moon, and you might have noticed that during full moon some people get a little bit more agitated, especially during the night. This is because the moon is directly opposed to the sun, and so we have this extreme amplification of the light. And so it is the time where everything gets exposed. And so it is not necessarily easier than being in the shadow, because we are bringing light on all parts of our lives. And it's really forcing us to reflect a little bit of our different parts of our lives and what we see that we want to bring forward. That's really a bring forward energy. And so we have the full moon, but we also have another event here. That other event is what we call the new moon or the dark moon. The new moon or dark moon really talks about our inwards, our deep emotions, our shadow, how the work we're doing reflects inside of us, how our different subconscious is interacting with our day-to-day lives. And it's a very, very different energy. So in a given month, we are playing with those two energies that goes in a cycle. A full moon, when we get the moon at the full expansion, and then the dark of the new moon when everything goes back to the shadow. And those two cycles either grow crescendo to an amplification all the way to the full exposure of the moon, as well as the reduction and the suppression, so that we kind of get the different opposite. We get the reduction, the suppression, and then the pullback a little bit. If you think about it, that's very similar to the tide, high tide, low tide. And so I really believe that if we're a little bit more in tune with the cycles of the moon, we can really adjust in a given month the different activities we have by just making sure that we do certain activities during certain phase of the moon and how to take that to our advantage. So I will be talking about that in a little bit, but I just wanted to introduce the topic. Now we do have our first caller on the line. It's Myra in San Diego. Hello. Hello, Myra.
Yes, hello.
How are you doing?
I'm good.
Fantastic. What can I do for you?
Yes, I'm just kind of wondering. I'm just curious. Hello?
Yes. Yes. You can hear me?
Yes.
Yes. What would you like to know, darling?
What?
What would you like to know? A general reading?
Yes.
Okay. Let me pull a couple of cards for you. Stay with me. I think in your mind, I think there's a question potentially about a romance or a relationship. Does that make sense to you?
I cannot really hear you. I think the reception is really bad.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I'll speak a little bit closer. I wanted to say that I see that in your mind. I feel that there's a question or maybe a concern or something open related a relationship.
Okay.
Does that make sense to you? A romance or relationship?
Ending. It's ending a relationship, maybe.
Yes. What I'm saying, Myra, is that I think you are going to be moving on from this relationship, and there will be a small amount of time. But what I see in the future is there's more romance coming in. So if you feel that this relationship that's stopping right now, you feel a little concerned about it or sad about it, just know that there is something better coming your way in the next couple months.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Do you have another question or a clarification, maybe?
A question?
Yes. Anything else you would like to know?
Yes. I have a brother that he's been missing since 1981. I came from Philippines, and the last time we saw him was 1981, and we don't know if he's dead or alive. So I'm just kind of wondering if somehow you can give me some information or any kind of reading for that.
Yes, yes, I'm very sorry to hear about this. This must be very stressful for you. Would you have your brother first name so I can tune into his energy?
Joseph.
Okay, give me a few moments. Yeah, I think it's, I believe that he might still be living here. I am not 100% sure because his energy is very weak at the moment. Uh, I just feel that, where he is right now, is might be a little lost. And so, if he is on Earth, he is really looking for a place that takes care of him a little bit better. And if he has crossed over, it is probably also a moment where he can find his ground over there. But if I had to see, I believe that he is alive, and he is looking for, a better place to be. So maybe the fact that you don't hear about him is that maybe he is indeed lost, and people have not found a way to get in touch with him. But if I believe he is alive.
Oh, that's very hopeful then. Oh, really, thank you. At least there is hope.
Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm so happy. Thank you, thank you.
Yes, yes. Thank you. Our next caller is Darlene in Florida. Hello, Darlene.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm doing okay. How are you?
I am great. You have a question?
I was wondering if you can connect with my son, Adam.
Yeah. Is he still on Earth or is crossed over?
He passed.
Okay. And can you share the first name, please?
Adam.
Okay. I will see if he has a message for you.
Okay. That's like it.
Yes, he is very much with here. I think he's here and really wants to manifest himself to you. What he is talking about the times where you were young, the two of you, when you were talking to each other or playing with each other, and you seem to have so much fun. He really wants to reflect back to that. Does that make sense to you?
Yes.
He is saying that he is advising you that you should go back to that joy, to that fun when you were together, and the times that you were having together, and the joy of life. And he's telling you to not to worry for him, but to remember yourself those moments, and actually to think about them and enjoy your life the same way you had fun with him when you both were young. And so it's a strong message of moving forward and really having fun and enjoying the small moments of life.
Okay, I'll try. It's hard when you lost him.
Yeah, yeah.
Every time he comes to me in a dream, he's like really young, a baby.
Yes, yes. He's showing it as a little boy to me. And he liked to talk, right? He was talkative.
Huh?
Did he like to chat? Was he someone who likes to have conversation?
Yes.
Yes. He said that he wants to have those conversations with you again in the dream. So I really believe that, we're all mediums. We can all connect. And you have an amazing opportunity to continue that dialogue with him.
Okay.
Yes.
I've been asking him to come to me in my dreams, but he hasn't, except as a baby.
Yes. Yes. But even though it's showing up as a baby, you can still interact with him.
Okay.
Yes, try that. I think you'll be surprised.
All right, I will.
Thank you so much. All the best.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye-bye. An amazing a moment. Just wanted to move on a little bit with our readings and provide every single one of you with a reading that will be tailored to you. So last week we were using flowers. This week we'll be using colors. So I will be giving every single one of you 3 colors. The first one is blue. The second one is red. And then the last one is green. And take a moment, focus, relax, be ready to receive a message, and see what color comes to you most directly. Is it blue? Is it red? Or is it green? Right. If you pick blue, I used our card, and the card that's associated with blue is the death card. The death card, it doesn't mean that obviously death. It means that you are going through a change. You are going through a transition, and you have to let go some of the past. It is a move forward, but at the same time, you have to pull back the old so you can bring the new. And so my suggestion to you is to embrace this experience and really look forward to that transformation, like a butterfly, as you were taking a new step in your life. If you choose the red color, the card associated is the Five of Wands. And the Five of Wands talk about a moment where you might feel a little bit in a battle. You might feel a little bit that it's hard to get your voice heard at the moment. There's a sense of adversity. There's a sense of conflict. But yet, I just want to reassure you that you're on top of the mountain. And so hold your ground, be strong, but at the same time, if need be ready to fight. Because we're talking about fire energy here. So for this week, take that energy with you and transform yourself to be ready. If you pick the last color, the green color, the card that we have here is the Seven of Pentacles, as you can see here. I love that card. The Seven of Pentacles is obviously about material things. And it is talking about the way that you are on a journey and you are very eager to look ahead and look at your goal, and you might feel a little bit discouraged, or you might feel that you still have a way to go to get to your goal, which might be true. But the message of this card for this week is actually to look the other way around. Is to look at what you've done so far, what you've accomplished so far. Celebrate your success, because you might be halfway to your goal, but I think it is important that you look back and look at all the work that you've accomplished, all the work that you've done, and really think about how well you did, why did you do so well. And so it is an encouragement, and it's a little bit counterintuitive because it's telling you to stop, even though you feel you have to go much further. But I want you to take a deep breath, look back, and enjoy your achievement. Those are on your own work and your own achievements. So I hope that the message for this week was inspirational for you. It is meant to give you a little bit of a view of how the week will be, and a little bit of an advice how to move that week forward, if you will, until next week. I wanted to continue with the show talking about the moon. We talked a little bit earlier about the full moon, if you remember, the illumination, the exposition, the male energy, the strong warmth of the full moon as it explodes in front of you, as it brings you in front of you, but also the new moon, the one that is darker, that is more pulled back, that feels that it's a little bit like a retreat, frankly, where your emotions feel that have been brought in so much inside that it is forcing you to have a really good look at how you feel and why you feel this way. So the next concept I wanted to introduce with the moon was the cycles between the full moon and then the new moon, and then back to the full moon. So from the dark moon, new moon, to the full moon, we call this phase of this cycle waxing. It means that during this time, the moon we started with almost nothing will just keep growing and growing and growing every single day until it reaches the full moon. So you can look on an app, or you can look on a calendar, and you will see when that time of the month happens. That time when the moon gets bigger, it's fantastic energy for anything that has to do with amplification, growing, expansion. So, for example, if you get to start a new business, a new job, a new relationship, it is better to bring that during the waxing moon, the growing phase of the moon, where you feel the energy that is supporting you to grow. So anything related to love, money, personal development, you'll get the best because you will be in an amplification mode. So that's really, really critical, as opposed to going from the full moon to the dark moon, which is called the waning moon. And so during that time, when the moon gets smaller or reduced, this is not the time, obviously, to start the new project. This is not the best time to start a new job, to start a new business, go any kind of contract as well, because everything is shrinking. And so you want to use that energy in a different way. An example would be weight loss. A lot of us want to lose weight. And so, for example, if you start a diet, it makes more sense that you start it during that phase, as the energy is about reducing, shrinking, and pulling back, if you know what I mean. It is the same if you have to review or get rid of things. For example, if you want to do a house cleaning, this is the perfect time to get rid of things, because again, this is a reduction phase. And so you see here how you can play with the different cycles of the moon. You can use the amplification to your advantage, or you can use the reduction and the compression or the retraction to your advantage. And so I think maybe as a first step, as we get through this process, and we're talking a little bit about the moon phase, you can look in your calendar for this month and locate our next month, and locate when's your next full moon, when your next new moon, what are the different cycles, and how you start different things at different times. It's been known for centuries that if you want to grow a garden, then it is important to do it when the moon is going full, because again, you are using the energy of amplification and growth. Again, if you were to get rid of things in your life that no longer serve you, obviously you would do it the other phase. So I wanted to leave you with that. I know it is pretty high level, and maybe you know already some of this, but I really believe that if you do that exercise, you look on a calendar and try to find those cycles and take a step back and think a little bit about what you do and how does it coincide with those phases. You'll be amazed at the results you get. I think we're getting to the end of our show. I just wanted to say how grateful I am to have you over here. I also wanted to mention that I have a website, thethirdwish.net, as well as a Patreon page. The Patreon page is called The Third Wish, patreon.com/thethirdwish. And this is the best place to reach out to me. This is the best place to get on my blog. This is the best place to get a private appointment, or any way you want to interact with me. I am so grateful for this opportunity. I just want to thank every single one of you, including our callers who were amazing today, and wishing you an amazing rest of this week, and see you next week. Thank you very much.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for the Ask Rebecca radio show with Rebecca Russo. Live from AskRebecca.guru. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Ask Rebecca radio show on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the Ask Rebecca radio show. Thanks for joining me. I hope everyone had a great 2 weeks. I took last week off just to get grounded and take a little break from all the heaviness that's been going on. As usual, the energies are off the charts, which are forcing us to expand our consciousness, to seek the truth, purge fear, and ultimately unplug from this version of Earth that is caught up in the web of duality. And duality, as you know, just means good, bad, up, down, left, right, healthy, unhealthy. It's just the polarities. So we have so much that is happening right now that it's a direct reflection of our own shadow selves that need purging so that we can merge with our higher selves that reside in a higher vibration of love, which is free from duality. And the more you work on dealing with your core beliefs, your fears, your insecurities, all the parts of yourself that you think are bad, and stop focusing on the extreme polarities of ego, pride, control, selfishness, money, greed, power, celebrities, politicians, government, and the list goes on and on. The less you, the more that you unplug from that, the less this fake world has power and control over you, and the quicker we bring about the new reality of living in a world without those things. We, as a group of human souls, humanity is shifting our consciousness. We did the whole spiral downward into this dense reality and experienced the extremes of materialism and all the negatives that go along with it. But now we need to come back to our spiritual side, to where we really come from, and strengthen our connection with God and the divine. So it's really important that you work on journeying inward to get into, really know your true self. Inner space is where you want to be. That's where the party's at. Last week, some of the things that you may have been dealing with by others, with yourself, and or towards others. So either people are directing this energy towards you, you're either directing this energy toward yourself, or you're directing it towards others, and more than likely it's a combination of all of those things, because we've talked about this in the past. This reality is really set up as a mirroring of everything that's going on internally. So if you're not right with yourself on the inside, it's going to always show up on the outside to basically teach you and show you. So anyway, so you could have been dealing with insecurities brought on or triggered by someone's response to something you were saying or doing, or vice versa. You became triggered by something someone said. This could have also brought up anger. So you might have been going through another layer of purging some anger that's been inside of you that needed to come out, and that situation just happened to be the trigger point to pull that out of you. You could also have been dealing with some form of deceit or private information getting out about you, or possibly identity theft or stolen personal information, or maybe somebody was gossiping about you. You may also have been dealing with uncertainty, and maybe you even ignored that feeling of being unsure and ended up agreeing to do something you shouldn't have, and it came back to burn you, right? So it's like you went against what your own intuition is telling you, and your intuition is just your connection to God. So your higher self, God, universe, whatever you want to label it, was guiding you, you went against your own inner guidance system, and then it came back to show you, hey, you didn't listen to yourself, so now you're going to have to deal with this uncomfortable situation. So hopefully going forward, you will listen to yourself, right? You may have also received unpleasant or shocking news, and maybe even had some heated arguments or debates with other people. The positives that you may have experienced last week is recognition for hard work that you've accomplished, possible dreams becoming a reality. So maybe you've been thinking about starting your own business and you've been planting the seeds all year long, and finally you're able to take some action steps forward, or you're seeing things coming to fruition. Whatever it was tied to, some goals that you set for yourself and things kind of shaking loose. You may have experienced a boost or expansion in love, money, confidence, optimism, and any kind of stalled areas of your life. Maybe you started getting a little life back into them, right? So you've been feeling stuck and stagnant somewhere, and all of a sudden there's this forward momentum and things are shaken loose. Over the last few weeks, I've been sharing some different perspectives of what I've been calling a spiritual war, which in reality was created and brought on by us and is just a spiritual war with ourselves, the conscious, subconscious, and unconscious parts of ourselves, or some people call it our shadow selves. And we've talked about this in the past, where our thoughts are actually energy, and every single thought that you have is flowing out into the ether, and those come to life in whatever form. Those thoughts, they don't have a soul like you do, but those thoughts have energy, and then what's happening is they take on a life of their own, and that is what keeps coming back at you. So it's almost like throwing out a boomerang of thoughts, and then it's always going to come back and hit you. So that's why it's so important to really journey inward and think about what you're thinking about, what you're feeling, what you believe, what you're saying, what you're doing. It's all connected. So you have to become aware of your subconscious. You've got to become aware of your traumas and your baggage and all of those things, because they're very significant. Now, this week, I will be giving you an even higher truth and expanded perspective, which removes us completely from the clutches of fear-based thinking. And I'll definitely be sharing some more mind-blowing information and giving you a little bit more insight into the method behind my madness of sharing this info with you, which began when I captured some video footage from my Ring camera of an unusual looking spirit, being, entity, or anomaly that sparked my finally coming out with everything that I've been researching over the last several years and getting a deeper understanding and intuiting and connecting with God myself. So I'm going to be sharing that video with you. I'm not going to have time to do it on the show here today, but go to my YouTube channel, and then I'm going to get into the details, like I said, the method behind my madness, and why I've kind of taken you on this crazy roller coaster ride from, this world of duality, and going into the Bible, and going into government, and all these other crazy things that we've talked about over the last couple of weeks. So I will get into more of that after the weekly intuitive messages of what you can expect this week energetically. So here's what you can expect from today, September 15th, through to September 21st as an overall theme, and then areas of love, work, finances, health, and spirituality. General themes. So this week, something that isn't working for you in the area of love and or money, probably a combination of both, because it always kind of happens that way, will be coming up. So you're going to get triggered. Something's not working. Some situation's going to come into your life. It's going to trigger this area. But even though it's coming through the form of a challenge and maybe something uncomfortable, the solution is going to be coming as well. So, it could be this weird push, pull, force, tension type situation at first, but then it resolves itself through a solution that you come up with on your own. So it's kind of like this aha moment for you. Let's see. We could see new beginnings in areas of your daily routines and experiences. in the area of work, health, pets. And then, just a little reminder to be sure to plant some seeds for future manifestations during the new moon on September 17th of this week. We could see some dramas play out with relationships, with each person being stuck in only their point of view, or basically only seeing it their way because of pride, ego, or wanting to be right. And do your best to remain in a space of neutrality to balance out the negative effects. Being right doesn't equal being happy, right? Sometimes we just need to agree to disagree and be okay with each person feeling what they feel, because that's okay, right? It doesn't matter whether you're right or wrong. Sometimes you feel something, somebody else feels something different, and there's nothing wrong with that. This week, you could be feeling exhausted. Like a tickle with my nose. Okay. This week, you could be feeling exhausted, tired, or overwhelmed because you're overdoing things. There may also be moments of awkwardness, clashes with authority figures, ego battles, and explosive type reactions. And this, I feel like, is going to be playing out on the world stage as well, right? So we're going to see more situations in the news that are playing out tied to this energy on a big scale, but it's also going to come about in your own world on a personal level. Lastly, I do feel like we're going to have some high emotions, some self-doubt will creep in. You may have a lack of clarity around love, money, and confidence. You could also receive good advice or support. You may feel like you're disconnected from someone close to you. You may receive some good news that comes in the form of a surprise. You could also receive some shocking news. You may also finally have the energy to fulfill long-term goals or plans that you made. You're starting to see this spark, right? You're starting to see some things happening with it. So it's going to kind of revitalize the energy within you to actually take more action steps and have a forward momentum with that. It's the usual bag of energies that are positive and negative, because that's how this world is set up. But the negative ones, believe it or not, are bringing about the positive, which will eventually come to fruition once you recognize that the negative is something that you are actually creating through your subconscious negative thought forms, emotions, and beliefs. So they show up through other people, places, things, and situations to show you what's going on with you on the inside, what you believe, what you think, what you feel, where you're holding on to pain, where you're holding on to suffering and sadness and anger and all those emotions that aren't part of our true nature. They're not part of our true selves. And that's kind of what this epic battle is all about. And the old world is fading away, but it's fighting to stick around. And the more you feed that energy, the more you're empowering that reality to stick around. So again, once you actually resolve it and accept things within yourself, it's no longer going to show up in your life anymore. I'm about to repeat myself, but we do live in a world that is fighting to remain the same. So, if you want to go with the biblical terms of the devil and God and Jesus and all of that, so the devil represents the negative energies that may come in to tempt you, to stir up some drama in your life, to cause you to get distracted from your ultimate purpose and goal. But if you refuse to feed that energy, it goes away. It doesn't have any power because it can't survive without that energy, right? Because it's not an actual soul. It's not an actual person. So this is why it's really important to seek the truth of yourself and the world around you. It's the life hack that you're looking for to be happy. And all you got to do is try it. You will see it work in your life. It will work. It's a truth. It's one that you can test. Okay. Work. For those of you employed, this week work could feel burdensome. For some of you, it will feel non-existent, and that could be because maybe you don't have a job right now, or even if you do have a job, things are slow. And maybe you're even feeling stuck in the same old grind, right? Like some of you are loving working from home, others hate it. Some of you are just tired of doing the same job and your soul is, looking to be fulfilled in a different way through some sort of passion or purpose. I would just say to you, don't allow yourself to be paralyzed by fear, because you're the one that holds the key. You can change the situation. But if you believe that you won't find anything better, or if you believe that nothing else exists out there for you to do, well, that's going to be your experience, and you're not going to try and you're not going to do anything. So again, you hold the power. No matter what this week, patience is going to be needed in order for things to shift. The energy this week could have you trying to push harder and have you also taking things personally, because there's that little bit of energy of conflict. So you could get into maybe some disagreements at work, and maybe somebody says something and you end up taking it personally. Don't, again, when people are projecting something onto you, 9 times out of 10, it's their problem. And if you get upset by it, it means it's your problem too, and it's something that you believe to be true. Because if you don't believe what the person says and you're confident and secure in yourself and you're busting your butt and doing the best job possible, well, you're not going to get upset by anything anybody says, because it doesn't matter, because it's not true, right? So it's only when you believe something to be true is when you get triggered and want to attack and lash out and create drama in your life. So think about those things, right? These are the ways that you're going to unplug from this reality. Work, for those of you that are looking for a job, I'm not really picking up on anything significant here, with the exception for those of you moving beyond your fears and insecurities. So you're really you're done being, afraid of trying to start your own business. You're done being afraid of taking a chance and maybe doing something that's completely outside of your normal skill set. So you're moving beyond that, you're going forward, and it's really going to benefit you. I do feel some leads are coming off of that for some of you, and for others, I feel like at minimum, it's action steps in the right direction. You're sending a message out to the ethers of your intentions, and you're sorting things out. You're getting your head straight, you're getting your heart straight, and you're moving beyond those fears. So maybe it looks like you're getting some sort of a game plan together, but that's going to manifest itself, right? So maybe this week you're getting it kind of solidified in your mind and your heart, and then next week you start seeing some things come to fruition. In the area of love, if you are in a serious relationship, committed, married, dating seriously, I do feel like some of you could be feeling disconnected from your partner this week. This isn't a bad thing, right? Don't let your insecurities and fears get triggered. Sometimes we need some space to just be and work through our internal world separately of our relationship, right? So if somebody's internalized a little bit, that's okay. Don't make it about you. Don't take it personally. And if you're getting triggered by that, then again, it's partly your problem. So, and if it is eating at you, express your feelings. Hey, I'm feeling a little insecure right now. Is everything okay? Do you just need some space? Get clarity, but don't do it in an attacking manner. And remember that your feelings are your own, and that doesn't mean that your partner will see the things the way that you see them. And your partner isn't responsible for the way that you feel. You are. Right? You have to take responsibility for your feelings and emotions and your choices. Like, that's all you. That's not the person outside of you. Now, some of you are going to be dealing with a more extreme version of this, where maybe you're being mistreated in a relationship. Maybe the relationship is toxic in some ways. Maybe you guys are codependent on each other. Maybe you're dealing with manipulation, narcissism, things like that. Well, this, again, is where you hold the key, and you could just be stuck in a fantasy of thinking that you can fix or change this person, or maybe thinking you can't do any better than this person, or you feel stuck because maybe you don't have a job and you can't leave and you need the security. Well, that's all a lie that you're believing, and you've got to take action steps. You've got to get a game plan together. No one is destined to be alone on this planet unless they choose to do so. So you can have a happy soul level relationship if you choose to leave an unhealthy situation and make room for one in your life and believe that you deserve it. Because again, everything is tied to what you believe on the inside. Everything is a reflection of your internal world. That is what you are experiencing. Those of you that are single and dating and looking for love, unfortunately, I'm not feeling any major love connections this week. It feels more like the people that you may be meeting or going on dates with could be lessons that you need to learn about yourself, like getting specific about what you want in a relationship and dealing with your own baggage. And some of you are going to recognize where you are severely sabotaging your own happiness because you can't face your own actions and choices. So in essence, you're attracting the same type of person, your baggage, over and over again because you aren't recognizing that you can choose differently, right? So, and with that, I'm always about your inner guidance. Go inward, connect with God, have God guide you. You will be guided, right? It works. Again, this stuff works. Finances. Some of you may be falling behind on payments and getting discouraged. It will be important for you to stop focusing on the problem and take action steps by coming up with solutions on how to make some extra cash. Think about your talents and skills, all of them, right? Are you good at cooking? Are you good at cleaning, painting, dancing, telling jokes, making videos? Whatever it is, connect with your passion and figure out a way that you can make money doing what you love. There's so many unique ways that you can generate income. I mean, there's so many, like Etsy and, there's so many online forums where you could be selling things that you make. You could go to, well, right now I guess things are a little bit hard in person, but farmers market, and there's just things that you could be doing. And remember, take your pride out of situations. If you need money, don't be too prideful to go work at the grocery store or pick up groceries for people or, do Uber or Lyft or something like that. Take your pride out of the equation because that's not doing anything for you, right? So really think outside of the box because I feel like some of you are missing that. And communicate with other people. Guarantee you could ask your neighbor, hey, you need any help with anything? Like, I need to make a couple extra bucks. I'm struggling financially during this time. And people are going to want to help you because that is the true nature. Don't believe everything that you hear in the news that people are constantly hating each other and fighting each other. That's not true. Good people want to help. And if your neighbor knows you're struggling and he can throw you $50 for cutting his grass, he's going to do it. So just open yourself up. In the area of health, stress, high emotions, and high energy could be causing some of you to push yourselves to extremes. So be careful so that you're not hurting yourselves physically, mentally, emotionally. Everyone must learn how to balance body, mind, spirit. That's what we're doing right now. That's the whole purpose of this. I'm also getting a strong message for some of you to practice gratitude in your life. You're getting sucked down the negative path of like, oh, my life sucks and everything's going wrong and nothing's going right and I'm sick and this and that and that. Well, you're just feeding that energy. So find the things in your life that you could be grateful for. Are you eating? Great, you've got food. Wonderful. Maybe it's not the food that you want to be eating, but you have food and you're alive because of it, right? Find gratitude in that because the more that you do it, the more you're strengthening that abundance and the more you're going to magnetize the abundance and the positive things in your life. So consider making a gratitude journal. In the area of spirituality, this week is a big one where most everyone will be in need for some space to just be and to get in touch with their internal world. Get in touch with your soul. Call on God to help guide you. It's incredibly powerful to have faith and trust in your Creator that you are not alone on this journey. Not only do you have God on your side, but you have people in your life that are willing to help you if you allow them into your world. It requires you to open yourself up and to communicate and to express yourself. It requires you to live your life with some vulnerability, because otherwise all you're doing is blocking receiving. You're just blocking receiving, and you're validating the false narrative that you have going on in your head, that nobody cares about you, nobody loves you, nobody this, nobody that, whatever story you're telling you. So you have to let your walls down, because the more you let them down, the more you're going to meet people that have their walls down. When your walls are up, you're not going to attract anybody into your life that has their walls down. No. You're not even going to see those people. All you're going to see are the people that are going to have their walls up, and then you're going to be in friendships and relationships where you're saying, oh, this person is emotionally unavailable. That's because you're emotionally unavailable, right? So it's always using this reality as a tool to look at yourself. If you're complaining about something, there's something that's an issue with yourself, right? So really take a look at all of those things. Of course, you know, like I said, you've got to be willing to allow yourself to be vulnerable and allow people into your life, because again, it's the only way that you will ever truly experience love, peace, and happiness. So that wraps up the intuitive messages. I only have 90 seconds left. So what I'm going to say is, by the end of this week, I will have part 5 of the spiritual war posted. In that, I'm going to be showing you the video footage of what I captured on my ring, which is creepy, you guys. You could tell it's something, an energy that is leaving my house. It's leaving the front door. The ring is coming on. It gets triggered by motion. You can't see anything. Then a few feet down the walkway, you see something manifest there. It turns around, it looks at the camera, turns back around, flies out into the street, turns into this crazy light source, and just shoots straight up into the sky. That is what set me onto this path, and I will explain that further as to why it did that in the Spiritual War Part 5 videos. So I love you guys. Thank you for tuning in. I'll see you next week. Check out my YouTube channel for the rest of what I'm talking about and more video mind-blowing stuff I got for you guys, okay? All right, see you next week. Bye.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall Psych on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV. You're with Amanda Hall Psychic all the way from the Gold Coast here in Australia. I hope wherever you are in this amazing globe of ours that you've had a really interesting and positive and upbeat week for a change. It's sort of time, I think, that we sort of rev things up a little bit and start to put some positivity and some love back out into the world. I know here in Australia we're sort of in election season with elections going on all around the country, not a federal one, but, you know, they're just happening in the state and everywhere else. And I know there's other parts of the world that are in the grips of election fever too, and it gets a little bit monotonous after a while. I think you sort of tune out. You sort of think, oh, same old tired faces getting out there beating the drum, telling you how blasted important they are and how much they're going to improve things. And then, you know, they get in and nothing changes much. So, you know, I think we can all become a little bit numb to things, as we've all become a little bit numb to the pandemic around the world too. We sort of all believe it would be over by now. And we just sort of feel that, look, if we could just turn the hands back to time and go back to a simpler time when life was normal, as we used to know it, where we could get out of bed and plan our day and go where we pleased and do what we pleased. And I suppose probably we were whinging and whining then too about something being wrong with our world. But it's been a very different 2020, has it not? I mean, from the beginning of the year where we all set our intentions and our New Year's resolutions at what we were going to achieve for this year, and then all of a sudden the world was gripped by a pandemic. And these sort of things are sent to try us, I think. I think it sort of, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger, and I think that's a very old saying that's been around for a very, very long time, longer than me. And I think it's probably very true, because a lot of us have found strength this year in ways and means that we didn't know that we owned, and we found them in a lot of cases, the more important things in life, like, you know, feeling well, getting up and having something to look forward to, missing time with our family and our friends and our loved ones, and looking forward to those days when we can get together in person for real and hug each other, and all the things that we took for granted before. So I think it's been a very eye-opening year this year. And, you know, it's certainly not over yet, and the pandemic's a long way from being over. And I don't know in which way will we declare it being over. Will that be when the world gets a vaccine or two that, you know, people that want to be vaccinated can be? Will it be when we eradicate this and sort of say it's in the rear vision mirror, or is it a combination of a lot of things? I'm not really sure. I mean, I don't mean to sound negative, but I don't know that there's one answer that's going to be the closure to all this. I think it's going to be a combination of things that's going to bring it to a close, that we can all then safely sort of say, well, that once in 100-year pandemic is now behind us. But in the meantime, for all the rest of us to be immortals, we have to live through this experience and gain as much wisdom and insight as we possibly can. So that leads me to the Simply Tarot card of the week this week, which is the Star. Now, this is one of my favourite cards, and when we were designing this set many, many moons ago now, it seems like a very long time ago, it was one of the cards that kept coming up as we were working on it in my office. And I can remember one particular meeting we were having about discussing the whys and wherefores of the Simply Tarot deck, and this card kept falling on the floor. And I remember thinking at the meeting, well, okay, there's got to be a hidden message in this for all of us. It is the Star card. It's the card of brightness and hope. It could bring excesses. Now, isn't that an interesting thing? So don't become too greedy. Now, I think a lot of times in our lives, I think we get so carried away with what we want to achieve and what we're bringing into our lives that we forget that sometimes we can be asking for too much. So if you've got excess, share it. Don't become greedy. Don't hold on to it. Don't be like the woman in this card where she's tipping the water out onto the ground and into the pond because she has an abundance or she has an excess of water. So just look at what you might have that's a little bit in excess in your life and make sure that you're not becoming too greedy. If you have something extra, share it on, pay it forward, give it to someone else. There may just be somebody else that could do with what you no longer require or you no longer need or you feel you have too much of. So I think that's the message here this week, that I think that we can all look around our house and our home and see if there's something that we've got in excess that maybe we could pay forward, that could be donated or given to somebody or bring somebody else some joy. It's an interesting concept, isn't it, to bring someone else some joy, which in turn will bring us joy and bring us better fortune. So that leads me on to the candle of the week. And this week I've chosen probably what you were going to say is an abstract candle for these times, but I wanted to sort of talk to you about there's all different types of relationships that we have in our world. And they're not always about love and romance. They're not always about family. They're not always about friendship, but they can be about soulmates. Now, soulmates is one of those tricky areas because a lot of people tend to sort of think of, oh my goodness, I need to find my soulmate. That's going to be my mate in life. Once I've found my soulmate, everything's going to be amazing. Everything's going to be great. Everything's going to be as I want it to be. But soulmates can come in many different forms and shapes. They don't always come in as the love of our life or the person that we're meant to spend the rest of our lives with. A soulmate is somebody that we connect with on a soul level, not necessarily on a physical or a sexual level. It's on a soul level. So therefore we can have many soulmates during our life. We don't just have the one we fall in love with. And this is where people misconstrue what soulmate actually means. So by drawing the soulmate candle out this week to talk about, it's interesting because I think many of us have many connections on a soul level that we might like to intensify. So if you have a soulmate candle, or even if you don't, you can sort of sit there and imagine, put some energy into your own candle and say, this is my soulmate candle. I want you to write down 3 things on a piece of paper that you would be looking for or would like to connect with your soulmate. Now, it may just be honesty, that to be able to have such an amazing connection that the two of you are bluntly honest with each other, and that way you help each other through the trials and tribulations of life. It may just be that having someone there at the end of a telephone, particularly in these difficult times or at the end of, some sort of video chat, that we can, bare our soul to and talk about how difficult the day's been or how we're handling a different strangeness in our world. Some people are still in lockdown around the world and restrictions on where they can go and what they can do. And the third one might be just being there for someone else. And that's a great gift of us being able to be there for someone else. And so I think, soulmates is not always about the person that we're going to spend the rest of our lives with happily ever after. It's about the people that come into our lives that are the soul of our lives, that really make a big difference. And I've, been fortunate enough over the years to have met lots of different people that I suppose along the way have touched my soul in many ways. And it's an interesting sort of concept because, sometimes people are only in our lives for a short period of time, or they have a particular short journey or a reason or an impact in a way that we could never begin to imagine. So that leads me on to the next little thing that I want to talk about being on a soulmate journey or someone that touches your soul. You might notice that I'm wearing these very, very beautiful puka shell earrings with little love hearts on the bottom, and they've been made by a lovely lady called Terry Cote. And Terry Cote was David Cassidy's drummer, and she has a jewellery business called Drum Jewels, and I've been fortunate enough to purchase a couple of pieces from Terry, and this is my latest part to my David Cassidy jewellery collection, I might add. And I just thought I'd give a special shout out to her because she's somebody that's come into my life in a rather unusual sort of way through another friend, and she makes this beautiful jewellery, and I came across that she made a piece for me to celebrate David's 70th birthday this year. And then, we got chatting over the social media and I've bought some other pieces from her. But it's nice to see somebody that's continuing on in his legacy. You know, it's something that she's doing. She's doing special signature pieces that relate to David, and anybody that's been a huge fan of the Partridge Family and knowing it's 50 years this year since they first went to air, was puka shells was something that David wore a lot of. He found a necklace somewhere and wore it on set, and it became one of his signature. She's taken that and the love that he shared around the world. So she's touched my soul in a different way. And no, her and I would never, you know, have a physical relationship, probably never meet in person, but our souls are now intertwined in a very small way through the love of music and the person that she worked with and made such beautiful music with. So you can see how soulmate connections can take shape in our lives in many different forms. So let's get on to the astrology segment this week. And look, I'm really pleased to sort of say we've got a little bit of a shift in some of the planetary things, and I've got something different to talk about. I mean, yes, we've got the same three culprits there that are, you know, working us through the pandemic, Jupiter, Pluto and Saturn in Capricorn. And I think most of you know now what I would say about that. And if you don't, go back and watch some of the previous shows. I'd like to focus on some of the faster moving planets this week. We have the moon, the emotional planet, which moves around the zodiac very, very fast and changes energies of the zodiac every 2.5 days. So that gives you an idea of how fast the moon moves. Well, the moon is actually holding hands or conjunct what's known as one of the Arabian parts in astrology called the part of fortune. Now, this is not where we're going to find the gold at the end of the rainbow, but it's where we're going to find fortune in our lives in a way that can come in many different forms and shapes. Now, the fact that it's sitting in Virgo at the moment, Virgo is the planet of physical health. It's also the planet, the energy where it's asking us to dig deep inside ourselves, to be very analytical, put our practical hat on, listen very carefully to what's being said, sift out the BS from the truth, and sort of understand what's going on in our lives. Now, for some people, that might be a little bit difficult because our emotions just seem to be all over the shop, where we've got, you know, emotions running every which way and nothing seems calm, nothing seems normal. Well, it's like, let's take a deep breath. Let's sort of exhale gently and ask ourselves, what is the most important thing that I need to be putting into my mind at the moment? And emotionally, how do I feel about it? So it's interesting because I feel that with this coming up with Virgo at the moment, we've also got the sun sitting in Virgo for the last part of his transit this year through Virgo, asking us to look very carefully at the world through a lens, you know, like put a little bit of a barrier between you and some of the BS that's going on out there and some of the world leaders, and they're all coming out and they've all got a different opinion, and maybe go back to your own truth. And this is what Virgo enables us to do, is to sift through the BS, is to cut to the chase, is get to the truth, is to look at things in a very practical, logical, down-to-earth manner and ask ourselves, what part of science do I believe? What part of the information highway do I relate to? And if it doesn't feel right, or it doesn't sit or resonate well with you, then maybe put it to one side and look at it again at a later stage. Because now more than ever, I think we can finally find our own truth. We can cut through things. We can see what is practical, what we can apply, what we think is appropriate for us, and what we think we can do going forward as an individual that can help us manage this pandemic in our own way. And each and every one of us is managing the pandemic in our own way. For some people, that's restricting movement, of not leaving the house as often as you once would, limiting activities, not spending as much time with family and friends. And all those things can take a toll on our physical health as well as our mental health. So this is a perfect time to sort of look at, what can you do to improve your physical health? If you're somebody that has a health condition or a medical condition, then maybe what other research can you do? Is there something else that you can do? Can you increase your exercise? Can you take more rest? Can you remove the stress out of your life, improve the food that you're eating, the nutrition that you're putting into your body, to help you sort of start to function and cope with things the best you possibly can in your life at the moment? And by doing this, you're doing yourself a favour and also helping your mental health by taking care of your physical health. Now, it's something that a lot of people don't necessarily put hand in hand. If we take care of our physical health, of course it has to have a very definite bearing on our mental health. And moving forward through all the changes that have gone on this year, I know it's been very taxing on both sides of the ledger for our health. So it's now time that we take the action ourselves and stop sitting there and feeling sorry for ourselves and saying, woe is me, I can't do this and I can't do that. Let's live in the reality of what we have here and today. And that will then improve our physical health and our mental health. And we'll find that we get some different insights, maybe some different things to focus on. Now, the other thing that jumped out at me this morning from the transit chart was Venus in Leo, which Venus is the planet of love and affection. So it's interesting how a lot of our world leaders at the moment are out strutting their stuff on the stage, beating the drum, telling you how blasted important they are, and look at me, and aren't I wonderful, and aren't I doing an amazing job, and haven't I done this, and haven't I done that, and press conferences just roll off the tongue these days. They're like media, I don't know what. You know, they're always in front of the media, a camera, looking for a photo opportunity, looking for a way to sort of get something out there. You could spend your whole day just looking at your local politicians on all their forms of media and TV and radio and newspaper and social media and everything else and get nothing else done for the day. But it's interesting because that's actually making an uncomfortable aspect to Uranus in Taurus. So even though they think they're doing an amazing job getting out there, beating the drum and telling you how important they are, it's interesting because people that are taking a little bit of notice or see that in the background are looking at that and saying, hey, hang on a minute, that doesn't sit right with me, that doesn't feel right. Maybe you're not telling me the truth. I'm a bit sick of seeing your handsome face on the screen. You know, every time I turn it on, there you are, still rabbiting on about the same information you were talking about last week, or telling me how great things are in my world, and they're not. So people are starting to see through, I think, a lot of the BS that's happening at the moment. And that's not a bad thing. So it's interesting. I mean, if you don't want to put that on, or you don't want that in your life, then maybe do the opposite thing like I do. I always have music going in the background. I find that far more uplifting than any politician could ever be. And I think by bringing some bright, positive things into our life, then when we do have to go back and face the news or look at our favourite news program, we can do it in a much more relaxed way and sort of not feel so heavy at the end of it that, you know, you feel like you need to go and have a shower to wash off all the negativity and the grime that they've sort of, and the BS that they've spewed out, that you can sort of look at it through much more objective eyes. So we're going to talk with Elizabeth in Linwood in North Carolina in the USA. Are you there, Elizabeth? Hello, Elizabeth. Well, it looks like we've lost Elizabeth for the moment, so I'll just keep talking. So hopefully we'll get Elizabeth back, and she's in North Carolina, and I know from the little bit of news that I watched last night that there was some massive hurricanes about to cross in the USA, and North Carolina was one of the areas, the Carolinas was one of the areas that was mentioned to potential some flooding and some severe rain. So I hope that's not what's happening with Elizabeth. And it's just so interesting that all the different weather events that are happening at the moment can be equated back to Uranus in Taurus, as Mother Nature is sort of lashing back out at us. And she's telling us that she's not happy with the way that we're handling things. So here, have another dose of this. So we're going to see some quite unusual weather events. And I know all these hurricanes that are looming in the Gulf there in the USA, you know, first time in nearly 50 years they've had so many at once. So it's very, very interesting. Well, I'm sorry that we haven't been able to catch up with Elizabeth, but hopefully she might be back and join us very soon. But if not, I'll just keep talking about, you know, different things that are happening in our lives. And it's very interesting because this year has been such a turbulent year for most people that I feel that we're all going to come out of this pandemic a much stronger person. We're going to come out of it and maybe have some different goals, some different views, some different things that are important to all of us. And a lot of people have been inboxing me this year and sort of saying, I'm getting all these strange feelings, Amanda. What do I do about it? All of a sudden, it's like somebody switched a light switch on. And it's during these times that I feel that we do end up having so many things that can happen in our lives that we see that our intuition really sort of kicks in, that we're able to sort of see things in a much stronger way than what we were before. And for many people, for the first time in their lives, they're starting to see that life is becoming very different. Life is becoming sort of more about feelings and understanding your feelings and looking at things and saying to yourself, okay, what is it that I need to do now in my life? We're going to talk with Erica in Sullivan, Illinois. Are you there, Erica?
Yes, I am.
Oh, good. Wonderful. You have a question I can work with, please, Erica?
Do what? I'm sorry.
You have a question I can answer for you, sweetie?
I'm trying, would just like to get like a love reading, possibly.
Okay. Let me tune into that for you, Erica. It's interesting. The first thing that they're showing me there, Erica, is that there's two people from your past, and I'm not saying that they're preventing love coming in, but there's two people from your past that seem to have occupied a little bit of your mind recently. And it's not so much that you want to go back there. It's just sort of like, finally, I think some of the last pieces to the reasons why those relationships ended have finally come to the surface, or you've been strong enough now to look at it, own it, let it go and say, oh, well, okay, that's where that fits in. You know, I really didn't think of it that way, or it's not really that important. But that's just sort of a marker in time to me to show me that you're now ready to progress and move on and attract someone new in your life, somebody very different to what you've had in the past. I'm seeing romance coming in before the end of the year, and I'm going to say to you, it's going to be with a person that's got dark hair. It's not that I'm not going to say that they're not attractive and pleasing to the eye. They are, but they're very different in as much as it wouldn't have been the sort of person that you would have been attracted to a couple of years ago, but now it's sort of the right connection for you. Good-looking man, dark hair, dark eyes, fairly tall, got a cheeky sort of smile. But at the same time, I think there's a strength there. There's a strength there that there's no BS. You know, what you see is what you get. Very strong-spoken sort of man, got definite opinions about things, and it's sort of like sometimes I think you sort of stand there and you think, wow, I don't know that I'd look at it quite that way, but yeah, okay, that's your opinion. Mine's different, but that's a good thing. So I don't feel uncomfortable with this. I think it's going to be a slow and steady relationship that's going to build and become something very, very serious, and I feel it's what you need now as we move forward into your new phase of your life, Erica, and the person that you've become. So I wish you well with that, and it's going to be at an outdoor gathering that you're going to meet this gentleman. We're going to have to move along now and talk with Darcy in Palmdale in California. Are you there, Darcy?
Hi, I'm doing well, thank you. How are you?
I'm good, Darcy. I hope you're nowhere near the fires, sweetheart.
I'm sorry?
I said I hope you're nowhere near the fires, sweetie. Anyway, Darcy, do you have a question I can work with? Do you have a question I can work with, sweetheart?
No, not really a question, just maybe general overall.
Okay. All right. The first thing I'm picking up around you, Darcy, is that I feel that there's been a number of endings, changes and transformations that have taken place this year. And I'm not just talking about because of COVID. I'm talking about there was changes that were already underway in your life anyway. And it's been a time where now I think you're ready to put your best foot forward. So has there been a move of residence in the last 6 months, Darcy?
Yes.
Good. Because that was part of one of the changes or the new things that I could see coming into your life. There had to be a move of residence. There's also going to be some changes with your work or how you earn an income, but I feel that sort of coming more towards the early part of 2021. Even if there has already been changes, there's another change coming by about March next year. It's really interesting because what I'm seeing now is you've become so super strong in yourself. You're very sort of almost scarily definite about what you want. Everything's sort of black or white. There's no shades of grey or no colour at the moment, but that's okay. We'll soon start to fill that back up again. I just want you to make sure that you're very true to yourself. If something doesn't suit you or you don't like it or you don't want it to be, then just give it the flick. move it along, make way for new and exciting opportunities that are coming into your life. It's interesting because I'm picking up an older female in spirit, and not very often do they come through to me during the course of the show because we have such a limited time. But I've got an older female here that's sort of really taking you by the hand and she's guiding you. I would probably say a great-grandmother. That's the sort of energy that she's sort of giving me, that she's sort of an authoritarian figure and she was very strong. She was very direct. She keeps saying to me that you remind her very much of her. So if there's somebody that in the family that people say, oh, you're like great-grandma was, you're so stubborn, then take that with as a compliment because that's who it is. You're really sort of, she's saying to me, you're just like a carbon copy of her. And she's so excited to be able to sort of guide you and help you. And she wants you to sort of get a little bit of a razor sharp tongue. If something doesn't suit you, then spit it out, girl. Don't sit there sort of stewing on it. Have your say and move on. She's showing me this gigantic pink heart. So I can only take from that there's new love or increased love coming into your life. So is there no one special around you at the moment, Darcy?
Yes, there is.
Well, then she's showing me this very huge pink heart. So I'm going to say there's some surprise and a good surprise attached to this pink heart. So if the two of you aren't already sort of engaged to be married or sort of setting a course for a future, then that could very well be what this lady's sharing with me. But she's just sort of saying to me it's got to be a surprise and it's beautiful and she gives you her blessing. So I know that you've got a great future ahead of you, and just acknowledge her. When you know that you feel her around, just say hello to her, whoever she may be, your grandma, your great-grandma, because she just loves you to pieces and she's just going to make sure that you have such an extra special life. And she's just so happy that you're so much like her. It's amazing. And I feel that there's going to be a pattern of little feet before too long too, sweetie, in the next 2 years. So I hope that was part of what you were aiming for, was bringing a little one into the world.
Oh my gosh, can you repeat that, please?
I can see a baby.
Oh yes, I want a baby.
Okay, well, she's organising it for you. She's nursing the baby at the moment. She's telling me she's nearly ready to hand the baby over. My guess would be it's going to be a little girl, by the way that your great-grandma's got a big smile on her face. Anyway, Darcy, that's where we've got to leave it, sweetheart. We've come to the end of the show. So I hope you've enjoyed the show this week, and please be kind to each other. And don't forget, look around and see who your soulmate energy may be with. How many different soulmates can you have in your life, and how many people have touched your soul during your lifetime that make this world a very, 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 very special place. So until next week, bye for now.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Sacred Sessions with Jenna Harmon. Live from JennaRoseHarmon.wixsite.com/Jenna Harmon Psychic Media.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Sacred Sessions
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good morning, and welcome to Sacred Sessions with Jenna Harmon, Psychic Medium. I hope you're well today. I've got quite a bit of energy around me today, I must say. It's really building this morning. I have a beautiful friend in spirit that's their angelversary today, so I'm sure they'll be around me helping me help you get your messages from the spirit world. I actually did draw a card today just to have a little bit of a change, and it's actually the universe card. So basically, the universe is beckoning. It's asking you what is needed, what do you need, what do you want, what is not serving you, what would you like to change, get rid of, bring in, manifest. What would you like to let go of? Is it time for ceremony? Is it time to write our letters and burn them? Is it time to, put our best intentions forward to the universe? The universe is definitely listening. And in this time of great uncertainty in some level, I like to think of it like we're being rebirthed into this new way of living, this new way of life. And also kind of connecting in a different way that we may not have before. I know that this is kind of a dark time for some, and